And hello, world. You are watching the start of the second half of Grand Waterloo. This is the live stream here. You are looking at the main umpire map, which is the central map, where we are now 4 hours into the game, and we are returning from an 1 hour break. The umpires are picking up their dice and situating themselves. You can see they're drawing the line now to divide up the combat sectors, to divvy up umpire responsibilities. And once their preliminaries are settled and all the players are back in their positions, they will resume the game. So right now it looks like they're just kind of resetting the assignments, juggling assignments around so that the umpires are assigned to geographic sectors, which makes sense. You know, it makes the work more efficient. Anyway, let's talk about the battle and what has happened so far. If you have not seen the first half, you really should just stop here and go back and watch the first half. Be advised that when I speak for a couple minutes on the first half, I'm silent because my OBS wasn't working correctly for me. A configuration came undone, my mic. So even though you'll hear me, talking like this, and you can't hear anything because I had a snafu there. Nonetheless, that will pick up with audio, and you have my joyous commentary to put up with. For the vast majority of that 4 hour session, I interview umpires and players, including Blazer, who is the person responsible for organizing and running this event. So let's take a look here. There we are. Okay, I'm just checking the live stream to make sure everything is working the way it should. All right. This is Grand Waterloo, Part 2. If you are not going to go back and view Part 1 for some reason, you're missing out. But Part 2 of a battle that's been 7 months in the making. Back in January, we put together a plan to have kind of a legendary battle. We wanted it to be the biggest Kriegsspiel in civilian history. I think it qualifies. If it doesn't qualify as the biggest, it's definitely the second biggest. The biggest up until now was Carter's D-Day. But it was a play-by-post, meaning it was played by about 100 participants over several months, meaning like 6 months or something. And then this year is being played with just about as many participants, and it's being played live. I don't know if we broke the grand total that Carter had, but this is definitely by far the biggest live game in civilian history, in the history of Kriegsspiel. If somebody has played a bigger Kriegsspiel with more players live in real time, I am yet to hear about it. They have done a good job keeping it quiet. Now, obviously, the military does things, and I'm sure the military has ran massive war game scenarios. Obviously, I don't know if they've done it with blocks and maps or more modern style, but obviously the military does what it does. But as far as a Kriegsspiel game goes, this is it. You're viewing history right here. It took Blazer 6 months to prepare and get this game going. He's responsible for everything that you see, the pieces, the maps, the dice, the rule set, everything. He's got a little thing here with his little primer for the rules. He made the dice for it. And, of course, my favorite part, which are the pieces, which are absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful pieces. You can check those out as we scroll through and do the game. The plan was to put this under the leadership of a very talented master umpire, of which Blazer is. He's maybe one of our finest umpires. We've got a few exceptional umpires, I would say. Ottovsky, Blazer, and James in particular they're better umpires than I am, and I've been doing this a lot longer. And even though I'm the founder of the IKS, these guys, man. That's the point behind the IKS. The reason I founded the IKS was to make copies of myself and teach other people how to umpire, so I wouldn't have to umpire anymore and I could play. And finally, we're reaching that point where there's so many wonderful umpires out there now I can play and have good experiences. But of course, on the other side, they like me to commentate these games because it's entertaining to give you something to listen to. So I come on here and I pontificate over Kriegsspiel for 4, and now it's going to go on to 8 hours. Unfortunately, that's terrifying, but hopefully you find it somewhat entertaining. If not, mute me. Just put me on mute. You probably see the captions anyway, and you see the pieces moving. Just mute me. It's all good. The system that Blazer is using is based on a system of Kriegsspiel that I wrote called the Kriegsspiel 2022 system, or K22. K22 is a Napoleonic system, and Blazer took that system and adapted it for his own system because that's a requirement to become a master umpire. You have to develop your own system of play, and the way you do that is you take what you like from other people's systems. You take the mechanics you like and you make it work, and as long as it works, it's good to go, you know. Different people like to emphasize different things, and we have different opinions on how things should work and be resolved. That's okay, you know. After K22, I took some of what Blazer has developed because I think he did improve on my Napoleonic system. My Napoleonic system is very thorough. It's very meaty. It's got like a 100-page rule book. But Blazer did come up with some really cool stuff that I really like. And so I took I borrowed back, I guess, from him some things, and I wrote that into the K23, the Kriegsspiel 2023 system, which is an American Civil War system. And I really think the K23 system is pretty darn phenomenal. I've run several tests with it, and it is the smoothest playing, most comprehensive, clearest, funnest system I've ever had. Now, I'm not just saying that because I wrote it, but, you know, I really like it. It's based on a lot of experience. That rule book is going to be about 100 pages when it's completed with illustrations. It is complete text-wise. Doesn't have only but a few illustrations in it, though, and I have to continue illustrating it. But the book is published, and it's available in the Kriegs Depot Etsy store. So you can just Google Kriegsspiel 2023 or something, and or come into our Discord and you'll find it. Anyway, if you want to run your own Kriegsspiel with your friends, we got rules for you. You can also go to our website, kriegsspiel.org, go to resources and click rules, and you'll find other things. There's other resources there as well, books, maps, all of that stuff. You can even make your own pieces. I did a little tutorial on our YouTube about how to make pieces. Mind you, it's only using MS Paint. If you want to do it really fancy like this, these are probably done using Photoshop, but whatever. You can also use GIMP, I believe. Anyway. So it looks here like they've divided things up. They are getting sorted. They have not started moving units yet. But they'll be going around to players, giving reports and getting their first orders. This is now the second half of the battle, so let's stop talking about me and Kriegsspiel and talk about the battle. And hello to Hendrik on the live stream. The battle is not the historic Battle of Waterloo itself. It is close to it. It is the same battlefield. But we do a thing that I call turning the scenario 90 degrees. And that comes from turning a map 90 degrees from the orientation that players expect to play on, because they're familiar with the map or they're familiar with the history, and the units come in different directions. That is my little way of saying you have to change the scenario from history. Why? Because if you try to play history, if you put the same units in the same position on the same battlefield, the players who have learned about the history, who have read the books, or have visited the battlefields or whatever, are going to be very tempted to make the same choices. And they're not making their own choices. They're parroting history, and that's not fun. That's not entertaining, and that does not allow a person to really shine and demonstrate any kind of competency or anything. They're just going to do, oh, let's do Pickett's charge again. It's Gettysburg. Let's go for the Round Tops. Let's go for Cemetery Hill. Well, if you're doing Gettysburg and everything's playing out the same, it's like, it's boring, right? So you turn the map 90 degrees, or technically you put the players to come in on different roads, and now all of a sudden it's a whole different battle. Even though it's the same battlefield, even if it's the same order of battle. What we have here is the same battlefield with units roughly coming in similar positions. The order of battle is largely historic. The Prussians, I believe, have some more stuff. That being said, the players made decisions prior to today that determined what forces they have on the field, where those forces enter, and how far away they are from, what ends up being the front lines. We played through 4 hours after that setup. So there's that initial setup. We've now played for 4 hours, and what we have is the French and the British now in heavy contact. They're basically locked in battle. So let's take it here from the left to the right. The British came in from the north, and they did have a line that was here, and it was mostly here in the east. They had a large force here in the west that was essentially out of position. They had another force also out of position here in the north. What happens in the first half of the battle is you see an overwhelming French force facing off against a smaller British force. And the French actually in a position to sweep around and outflank, encircle, and defeat in detail this smaller French or British force. They don't do that. For some reason, the French move a little slow. It could have been umpire fault. It could have been a lack of coordination. It could have been anything. There is a lack of clarity over why these guys started out slow, but they did. I'm going to turn my face off. I just realized I'm blocking part of the map, and as handsome as I am, you want to see the pieces. I get it. In any case, the French did get moving, but by the time things really developed, the French are on the defense here. In fact, it looks like they're pulling back from what has turned out to be a decent British attack. Now, I don't think the French are making any mistakes here by pulling back. This is not the Schwerpunkt. The Schwerpunkt is here on the right on what we call Sector C right now. But here they're going to have to defend at some point because they can't let these guys threaten the line of communication. But at the same time, trading some space for time seems to be a reasonable decision. In fact, when we get into the live stream here, I'm going to speak with the 3rd Corps, or actually Grouchy, who is the right-wing commander. And even though he's called right-wing, he's actually commanding the left wing here. And the right-wing commander is actually the left-wing commander. They swapped. Where's Ney? Ney is somewhere around here. And that was intentional misinformation or deception from the French in case the Anglo-Allied forces were metagaming to some degree. I wouldn't have done it, but it is clever. It's kind of cute, but I don't know. But that's what they did. In any case, let's see here. Where is Ney? He's over here somewhere. I keep thinking he's like right here, but he should be around here. This is where he was last time. He may have rode back somewhere. No? It doesn't matter. I'll find him and I will point him out to you, but he has clearly moved from where he was last time. But no matter. Let's continue with the recap. So the British are pushing in here. The French are screening. They've got some cavalry forces here that are screening. Some chasseurs out there. And then, of course, they're moving back. And I imagine they will draw a defensive line somewhere around here on this terrain and hold against the British. Meanwhile, the Anglo-Allied army has substantially reinforced here, and in particular here in Sector C, which is the main French push. The French, I think, attacked with their 1st Corps, and that attack has petered out. It is played out. There are some 1st Corps units still in there, but they are now mostly screening as the Schwerpunkt shifts a little to the right. You see that you have a heavy French cavalry force which is coming through and smashing. They have done very well against the British, driving back most of their cavalry in, great retreat. They're routing. On the other hand, the British do have more cavalry as well as infantry and other forces available. But right now, as nice and red as the red line looks, it is remarkably thin. Take a look at their infantry. None. No infantry here. No infantry here. No infantry here. None here. They have a horse battery there. Here is all the infantry they have to block the French Schwerpunkt through here. Now, the question is this cavalry enough to punch through this cavalry? These units will probably more or less cancel each other out. I would grant favor to the French, who have guard quality units here coming through, plus their heavier cavalry. They're probably going to win the day here or get the better end of the deal. But these cavalry attacks, they spin each other. The units on both sides get spent. So what happens is you can commit your cavalry and you can win, but you're also fatigued. Your horses are blown or tired. They're disrupted. And you see these little markers. These are disruption markers. Okay. Disruption is anything that diminishes a unit's ability to fight efficiently. And it could be anything. It could be low ammunition. It could be confusion in the ranks. It could be an officer's been shot down or off their horse, or it could be anything at all that diminishes a unit's fighting effectiveness. Some disruption is recoverable, typically when it's just caused by the chaos of battle. If a unit will stop and pull back and pause and resupply, they'll be fine. Other disruption is not recovered, specifically here where units are routed or they've suffered losses. Those tend to be pretty much permanent situations. Not always, but sometimes they can be. Here, these units are surrendered or shattered. Looks like they're shattered. So these units are not going to be participating in the battle any longer. You don't ever want to see the white flags. You generally don't want to see any markers on your pieces, because unmarked pieces are fresh pieces that are in good order. But it happens, right? You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. In any case, the question is, do the French have the power to burn through the Anglo-Allied army here on the right flank? And initially, the answer was yes, but take a look at this problem. The 4th Corps is coming up to continue the advance from the stalled 1st Corps attack. Now, they're just now coming up, and they'll be going online in the next 20 minutes of game time. But that's it. You have 2 other divisions of the 4th Corps that have been held back in the rear. Here's Ney, by the way. We found him. And he has clearly gone up to the 4th Corps personally and is like, you need to get up there. The reason these 2 divisions are back there, and in fact the reason the 1st Division of the 4th Corps was held back, was there appears to have been some kind of communication snafu between the player and the umpires. That's okay. Players and the division commanders probably with the umpires exacerbating things or whatever. But that's okay. Why? Because these things actually happen in real life. We never want to make intentional mistakes, but sometimes we do make mistakes, and when we do, we can fudge things a little bit, but ultimately the players often have to decide what they're going to do. They have to solve the problem for themselves. So that's where we're at today. We're in a situation where the French would have a pretty good plan and a pretty good attack going right now, but there's a gap. These units are showing up a little bit late. There's a gap between the forces with these units quite delayed. And we'll see. I do think they'll come online behind these units in good enough time and order that I don't think it's going to hurt the French as much as the French will fear. But we will see. And, of course, the British have almost all their reserves in and up and online. Look, they're pulling these units out. They may be shifting over here. They probably recognize. So the 3rd Division is probably pulling out to reinforce the Anglo-Allied left. And here's the attack going in here. All right. The guard is still in the rear, uncommitted, unused. And, of course, Napoleon and his aide, who is actually Achilles and Carter, who you will know if you're part of the community, they are here. And they have been here the entire game. They have not moved an inch. And we will see what they do when they commit the guard. Now, let's take a look. This is only part of the game. It's about 2/3 of it, but there is another third on this map over here. But because of the limitations of Tabletop Simulator, we are hosting it on another map. So let's go ahead and pull that map up. Let's go here and go to that other map. As soon as it lets me, did I hit the wrong thing? No, we don't want to do that. Okay, we're good. All right, join, and it's the right table. Put in the magic password, and now you'll see what the Prussians are doing on the Anglo-Allied left or French right. Now, the Prussians are in a position to really save the day for the British, because the British cannot hold against a larger, superior French army, which is what they're faced with as we speak. The Prussians were given some more units, partly for gameplay purposes, partly to turn things 90 degrees and so on. But the Prussians do have a pretty substantial force. The French had a clever way of dealing with that, and one is make yourselves look bigger. And so they have dispatched only one corps to their right flank with orders to make themselves look bigger and more powerful than they really are. And from conversations between all of those involved, it is very clear that the Prussians believe they are facing not one but two French corps. In fact, the Prussians fear they could be outnumbered. They are wrong. They are entirely wrong. There are some other issues as well for the Prussians. First of all, their plan was initially defensive. Their initial plan was they were going to take this ground where the French are now. Take this ground and then hold here and hold here from French attack. Doing so with the anchor here on the left and then holding here and then blowing these bridges. What they had hoped to do was that the French would attack through here, through this whole sector, try to attack through Wavre, and they would blow the bridges and the French would just be completely out of position and helpless. That is not at all the French plan. And the Prussians are being defensive at a time when they probably need to be thinking offensively. In fact, at one moment they had about 3 divisions streaming to the west. Now I see you have this division streaming south. You have these units here coming. It looks like they're all coming south. So this will be a problem for the French. The French are in trouble because actually these are not French. These are Prussian units. All right, I thought these were Prussian cavalry for a moment. They are not. Yeah, so the French are doing a little bit better. But yes, the Prussians are coming in, but they are coming in against this corps, which can probably hold for a little while. And that is a big distraction. In addition, you have an entire corps of Prussians that are tied up back here in Wavre on bridge detonation detail, a detail they don't need. They have these guys in reserve. They will need a reserve, but they really need to be doing is moving west with as much as they can. They even have a cavalry unit here. Now, the cav unit has turned around, but for the first several hours of the day, it was riding out here to the south with nothing in sight. It does appear that the Prussians, who initially started with poor information, or I should say poor perception or understanding of what the French were doing, are probably starting to figure it out. And they will figure it out, but it's going to take probably another hour of battle for the Prussian commander to have a good handle on what's happening here. And the question is, in that time, do the French bust through over here on the left, on the central map? And that is entirely possible. That is entirely possible. So with all that being said, it looks like the moves are being made, so the game is very well underway. We're going to go back to the main map, and we're going to start on the left flank. And we're going to see what the French plan to do on the left flank as the British push in? Are they going to stop at some point, or are they going to continue to retreat? What are they doing on the left? I could speculate, but it's just better to ask, right? So that's what we're going to do. All right, I chose spectator already. It's just got to load. Oh boy. Somebody is doing something outside with a loud machine. All right. Let's get in here now. Let's take a look at this. This here commander, Grushi, I believe is Special Zindos, or Zindos as we call him. I think that's him, but we're going to get into the Discord here and see. And we're going to have a chat with Zindos. But let me make sure. Make sure. Right wing Grushi. Yep, there he is. Okay, let's hop in there.
Us. Oh, hi, Marshall.
Hey, guys.
How's it going?
It's going good. Where's Zindos?
Zendos is here?
I can't believe I entered a chat channel with Zindos in it and he wasn't talking. Is he okay?
He's eating.
Here he is.
Oh, well, if he has food.
Marshall.
Hey, are
Hello.
you panicking? Is now the time to panic? Have you panicked yet?
Absolutely not. I'm very confident.
Oh, am I tripping, or do I recognize Marshall's voice?
Yes, I'm here. Hey, guys.
Are you the one who owns that YouTube channel?
No, I don't own YouTube. If I did, I probably wouldn't be hanging out with the likes of you.
I think we're being featured on it currently.
Yeah, well, anyways, Marshall, like I was saying, I'm very confident. We are on the cusp of victory, regardless of what people say.
All right, good to hear.
What I've been informed of is the truth that Second Corps is accomplishing its suicidal mission, and that we might as well win this battle without the Prussian intervention.
Wow. Are you sure that's not fake news?
Absolutely not. I doubt it's fake news because it's Great Gold. He's the unluckiest player.
What's going on to your front? I see that you guys are moving. You're moving like towards not Brussels. Why?
So allow me to explain.
All right,
Marshall, I believe you expounded about this in great detail last week, where you were complaining that no IKS players know how to withdraw. Mm-hmm. But I am denying the enemy battle. I found out about 40 minutes ago, maybe 2 or 3 turns ago, that there was enemy infantry to my east in the town of Boy-Sig Isaac.
Yeah.
I quickly determined that that was an enemy corps. And I had known that there was about probably 2 divisions north of me for most of the battle up until that point. And I anticipated that I was about to be attacked. So I ordered a withdrawal to the east of the towns of Loloy and Wittersee. So my 11th Division is moving south of Wittersee. And in fact, as far as I know, I just received a dispatch being informed that the enemy is massing an attack west of Hougoumont, which is north of me. Mm-hmm. As I anticipated, I'm being attacked from the north and my west. So essentially, I'm planning on moving even further east to deny the enemy even further. I'm hoping to disjoint their attacks as much as I can, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm being attacked by 2 corps, and if I'm misunderstanding, it could even be more. And I've only been told that Ney's attacks have not broken through as much as they want. So I've kind of decided that I'm now the most important formation in the army, And if my if my core gets broken, this battle is over.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna slow that down as much as possible. And at the very least, if I keep withdrawing to my east, I know that I have at least an enemy corps that will not fight in this battle until
Nice.
I decide so.
Nice. Yeah, it's economy of force, right? If you spend one division to tie down an enemy corps, that's winning.
Yep. And we luckily were reinforced by the Ninth Cavalry Division.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel very confident
Ridiculous.
that I have the cavalry force to deny the enemy, um, to essentially screen myself. So
So they won't ever
I'm
be able to fight you. So maybe they'll die of boredom.
I'm hoping. I'm really,
Did you snitch on me,
really,
Marshall?
I'm really hoping that this truly frustrates the enemy. Because I know that corps has been marching the whole game, and it is now my intention to continue making them march.
Do you have a line though where you're going to be like, no, I can't let them
Yes,
cross this line? Where is that?
that line, I'll describe it. I've already sent dispatches to my commanders and describing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's essentially it's just west of the Imperial headquarters. Do you see where La Maison de Roy is?
Yes, I do.
There's a hill there, just east of it, with there's a forest titled Bie du Calouet.
Uh-huh.
West.
Yeah.
I'm going to be positioning my whole corps on that hill, essentially, with my 8th Corps holding north of that forest. There's kind of like a squiggly little hill line to the north of that.
Mm-hmm.
It was essentially where First Corps' artillery was at the start of this game. That's going to be the extent. They'll be directly south of Hougoumont. Then my 10th Division will be just south of that, southwest of it, pretty much guarding that curve. And then my 11th will be in that discolored, I assume that's like a wheat field. They're going to hold that wheat field. And then the 9th Cavalry Division will be where the R and the A is. And I've pretty much already described this to all of my division commanders. They're just waiting on orders for me to pull back to these positions.
Well, all right. All right. So what do you think, Zindos? You're good with this? You think this is the path to glory today?
Oh yeah, I'm very confident in Jen. I think he's got this down. I'm more worried that if that I'm more worried about the attack in the center. I'm not sure if James is destroying them, or if he is being destroyed, because apparently, yeah, an attack has been repulsed according to Jen's scouts, and that's not really good, if you get me, because we've been the entire time we've been pretty much speculating that the British center is just behind Hougoumont, and an attack has been repulsed there. That's not really great for us if we want to break through the center. Regardless, if Second Corps is indeed being suicidal and is managing to do what it needs to do, I mean, that's more than enough to just wreck them hard, and to give us enough time to wreck Peter and where he stands right now, and force him to withdraw before his entire army is killed.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that I'm gonna give him as much time as I can,
Yeah.
so that Ney has enough power to break what's in front of him. It might take him a little bit longer than we were hoping, but he certainly must, because in terms of the forces that I'm facing, unless the British have 6 corps, there is only 1 or 2 corps in front of Ney.
I doubt that there will be even more than 2 corps.
Yeah. It's just in terms of numbers, it has to be that. So if I'm tying down 2 enemy corps and they're moving south, they are moving in the wrong direction. And I've also issued orders that if we see the enemy turn north, we're going to attack them. We will not allow them to reinforce their positions north.
Yeah, that's fair. Currently, I really don't need to supervise Jen. He's got this down to the T. What I'm more or less worried about is that if Second Corps isn't accomplishing its mission, what the hell are the Guard and our Cavalry Corps, First Cavalry Corps, are doing? Before I left the Guard's position, I told First Cavalry Corps to begin getting its men. Actually, I just got a dispatch. So this is from the 5th Cavalry Division. So he's telling me that indeed Second Corps is following the plan and that they're heavily engaged with the enemy, which would be the Prussians, to the east of the main battle.
Wow.
Which, I mean, that's what we wanted. That's what we need.
Well, someone sent you a dispatch. That's huge. Someone talks to you, Zindos.
I talked to him.
You talked to Zindos?
Oh yeah, we were talking this whole morning.
Wow.
He snitched. Jen, Marshall snitched. He snitched on me during Lenny.
I did.
Oh yeah, I know. I watched.
He went
live
over
stream.
to Achilles' channel and he was like, "You should watch the stream right now. A lot
Oh
of
yeah,
behind your back."
I know because
Spicy.
Achilles told me to watch it because he thought it was funny.
No, you guys are great.
Any as Marshall has said, any conversation with me is entertaining. Well, I'd like to say that really, it's more. It's funny. Funny.
All right.
Why so serious?
Right?
Oh my
Why
God.
so
Oh,
serious?
no.
Well, good job,
thank you,
guys.
Marshall.
Yeah, of course. So we'll see how people on the live stream feel. It's just an interesting sector of combat. I wanted to come and get inside your guys' heads and see what your thoughts were. And
Well, you didn't talk to me for all of Ligny, so it's about damn time.
right, I owe it. Right, I owe
That's
it.
true. That's true.
I just go where there's interesting people to talk to, and
Oh no.
I came-
That's
I came here to talk to Zindos, but you just kind of took
oh
over.
wow. That's you're contradicting yourself, Marshall.
That's fair.
Leave.
Enjoy the
All
rest
right,
of the live
guys.
stream, Marshall.
I
Have a good
will.
one.
I enjoy giving you guys a hard time. So,
Yeah.
feel free to watch the live stream and hear what I truly think about you all. On that.
I intend to.
All right. Good luck. All right, see
After
you
this,
guys.
I'm gonna come
Thank
to
you.
California.
All right. It'd be nice to see you. I'll wave at you as you drive
No,
by.
we're gonna duel.
I'll win, but all right. Okay.
We'll see about.
All right, there you go. What do I really think about Zindos? I think he's great. He is a treasure. I enjoy having him in the community. And Gen T2 is pretty legendary. He's been a participant in our long-running Red versus Blue campaign. An absolute fun guy to play with. It's fun to stress him out and see how it goes. Clever person, clever player. Good stuff there, good stuff. So we do have a lot of people in the IKS with great personalities. They're very friendly, very helpful. We don't have a toxic community. It is a very positive community. There's good ethics in the community. We're very welcome, warm, and inclusive. And if you are watching this from the sidelines, you should join, even if you can or can't play. It doesn't hurt to check it out and say hi on Discord. And again, if you can play, you really should. It's worth it. All right, enough talking about how great the community is. Let's take a look at what's happening here in the land of meat and potatoes, where the main attack is going in. And it looks like, are these assault columns? Something, these units are all stacked up. I don't know if that is meant to be an assault column or what. Usually when you do an assault column, you stack the pieces. So that could be what these are, though, is probably assault columns. And it looks like the British are here. They're going to have to screen this left flank, but they may push through. That artillery is moving up. It's not online, so that's not effective. I don't know why that artillery hasn't gone online, that British artillery. And I don't know if there's going to be a cavalry push here on the right again. There probably will be. And, of course, 4th Corps, here's the 13th Division coming up. And here is the 14th Division coming up. Kind of want to know what's going on here with the 4th Corps, if these are assault columns. This is the tip of the spear. So this is where the metal meets the meat. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see. It's 12th Division. So I'm looking on my Discord to go into the correct channel. I think it's this one here. All right, let's go in here and see what's going on. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hello. Is Nay here?
He's muted, but he's here.
All right. I'm looking at this attack here, and I see units that the pieces are in column orientation. Are these assault columns?
They were march columns. I have not changed them. I need to
Good
change
day.
them to assault columns.
Good day.
All right. Generals, Picheru or Pichu, you are joined by Marshal Ney and General Derlone of 1st Corps. As you advance through the quite exhausted at this point 1st Brigade of 2nd Division, you can see on their faces they seem quite tired from perhaps hours of fighting. So you advance through them. And as you do so, you can see that it looks as though the Nassau troops on the ridge opposite you, basically, as soon as they see you approaching them, they begin to run away from you, panicked and falling back to the rear. And as they do so, you're joined by, as I say, Marshal Ney and General Derlone as your line advances. And also Gerard, Commander of 4th Corps, I forgot to mention.
So my boss is here also. Excellent.
I'll grab that.
All right.
Thursday.
All right, I'll give you a couple minutes to discuss, and then I'll take your orders.
All right. Thank you.
We've been merged.
What's going on here?
Looks like a tea party, if you ask me.
I mean, I'm all for wine tasting and the like, but
Well, I think I should probably form into attack column and continue on with the 12th Division.
Well, your units are already in
Yeah.
assault column. Most of
Is
your
this-
entire division's in assault columns already.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Is 2nd Division stationary at this time?
The 1st Brigade of 2nd Division is stationary more or less in line. They look quite exhausted. The other brigade is not directly within your sight.
2nd Division HQ here?
No. On speaking
Oh.
to a commander from 2nd Division, they say that a couple hours ago they went to or an hour or so ago, they went to speak with someone in the rear and rally some routing units, and they haven't been seen since.
was that
Really?
brought here by Blazer or
Who are you?
this is 4th Corps Commander. I believe I got
Yes.
dragged in here.
You are with 12th Division.
Alright. Sorry, continue. Sorry, I just want to make sure that this wasn't accidental.
No, it's not. Do you want to discuss, or can I take orders, or?
I have no idea what the situation is up here. But I presume my orders are going to be similar. Cavalry are going to move to assist the cavalry engagement going on. I'm assuming somewhere I can point at. And the my next orders is going to be right to the 14th Division, so that way I can tell him what's been going on the past however many hours since he's seen something going on.
All right, boss. Do you want me to continue on to Mount St. Jean? Continue the attack?
Yep. Just if you see an opportunity to support 1st Corps, go for it.
I think
We're
I'm
gonna-
passing through 1st Corps, if I understand the situation.
Alright,
First
then,
Corps, the very right of 1st Corps is 2nd Division. That's the one you're passing through.
Yep. So drive on Mount St. Jean, and then hopefully by then the 14th Division will have caught up, or the 13th Division will have caught up. I
Alright.
pray that
It
one
should-
of those has happened.
There
I'll
should
keep
be
you
some
updated.
French, there should be some British line south of Mont Saint Jean. including I think the Coldstream was spotted. And the first
You
division
can,
will be going to attack
from
the
your
south of
from
it.
your current position, you can see there seems to be British units, including what you identify to be the British Guard, on the sort of ridge line around Mont Saint Jean and the valleys around just to your left.
All right. Is our artillery up? Or is it lost in the ether?
The artillery of 2nd Division or the artillery of
The artillery of 12th, or 13th. It's
Hi.
both were taking
the
ultimate
division reporting in.
artillery of 12th Division does not seem to be with you at this time. So it might have fallen behind in the column at some point.
Chances are it never got
Second
moved.
division
I'm
commanders
assuming.
here.
What?
Are you supposed to be here?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you? I don't believe
Yes.
you are.
I was told to be here.
Uh,
I was told to
I'll
come
let
here.
her be here.
Okay, sure. As you're talking, the commander of 2nd Division finally returns to meet with you. I thought you were meant to be here next turn, but I suppose the turn early is not. That's fine.
Second division. What remains of your command?
I have multiple lines that I just spent the last hour or so.
Can you attack directly towards Mont Saint John? And then we
yeah.
have this other core hook around the right side.
I cannot see it. Do you have a map?
Mont Saint John is a settlement just northwest of where you are.
Okay. Let me.
So if you head directly northwest, then the other core can hook around the northern or the right side.
Okay.
Is that acceptable to you, Gerard? Yeah, Gerard.
Yep, sounds fine to me.
I will move and attack to the north of Mount St. Jean. If you can give me some cavalry to cover that broken cavalry right next to me, to my due north, that would be very convenient.
Yep. The Corps' reserve cavalry will be aiding the cavalry engagement and trying to drive the enemy cavalry back.
And hopefully our guns show up at some point.
And
Yep, I will do a rain dance for them.
Pishu, you're just continuing your advance, yeah?
I'm continuing my advance. I'm going to advance to the north of Mount St. Jean.
All right. Just as you were, essentially.
Yeah.
All in column, yeah.
Yep. We're attacking the same old way.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Good luck, guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, there you have it. It looks like they are moving in the center there, trying to push their way towards Mont Saint Jean. And we will see what happens from there. So, all right.
Is this being broadcast?
Yes. This is being broadcast live on the International Kriegsspiel Society YouTube, and I am your announcer.
I will make sure to watch my language.
Oh, why? What's wrong with your
Oh,
language?
damn.
That was going to be my question. How professional do we have to be?
Yeah, I do. Theoretically, there could
Vaguely.
be. Yeah. So try to. Yeah.
No,
Anyway, but no big deal. I don't think there are too many kids watching this instead of SpongeBob or whatever the kids watch these days.
Valid.
Yeah.
So I don't think in the Napoleonic era they had fusion bombs. I don't think we have those yet either. At least not the government's told us.
Okay.
So F-bombs, at least we don't have to worry about.
Right. And no H-bombs either.
Good to know.
Right.
No nuclear
Okay.
fission or anything.
Yep, none of that.
Good to know. Glad to hear that. Okay.
All right, it's interesting to see. I'm fascinated by this, and I can't tell you guys anything because I'm looking at the God's eye view here, and it is a fantastic fight.
You know, we wouldn't tell anybody if you just slipped up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, okay. So what I'll tell you is that the British have a very large formation moving up the rear on the Imperial headquarters behind your line of communications.
There we go.
It's about 100,000 troops.
All right. Hello, gentlemen. So, has First Corps and Second Division already given someone their orders?
We received a briefing, but no orders have
All
been
right,
given from
First
First
Corps,
Corps.
what would you like to do?
Advance as suggested, in especially on my right flank and my center towards Mount St. Jean.
Yeah, we want Second Division to
I
go
want to know
off the
what-
road directly towards
excuse me.
Mount Central.
Excuse me. I want to know.
All right. We're back here with Achilles and his chief of staff, Carter. Hey, guys. Back at Imperial headquarters. Did you guys know that you're fighting a battle today, or did you forget about it?
We forgot about it. I've been catching rays, wearing my Ray-Bans, laying out in the sun. It's been pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a sunny day down here, too. So
Drink in hand. I'm doing fine, man.
nice.
Enjoying the sunny English weather, the best summer weather in the world in Oxford, which
Wow.
means it's cold, cloudy, and windy.
Oh,
What
well,
the heck? This is
Yeah.
why we've got to beat the British.
see,
That's why we've got to beat the British. The weather is terrible.
right, as Mark Twain said, the coldest winter I ever spent was a summer in San Francisco. And,
That's right.
and
That's
I
right.
understand that because we have exactly the same weather where I live, and I think where Achilles lives too.
Yep,
That
that's right.
microclimate there, right on the coast. I remember one time I went to San Francisco, and there's a picture of me on the beach in a full-on coat and everything. And I remember when the picture was taken, I had remarked previously that I can't believe there's so many people on the beach for it being the middle of winter. And then I paused and caught myself, and it's like, duh, it's August. It was August.
Wow.
That is so true.
Yeah.
That is so
Yeah,
true.
it's that summer. Anyway.
So I hear there's a battle going on somewhere. Somebody pops in every once in a while and tells me that I hear shooting. So I think there's a fight going on somewhere.
The neighbor probably just has the TV turned up too loud.
Hmm.
It's probably what
That
it
could
is.
be.
That's a good choice in movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did get we did get a couple of really good dispatches recently here. So
I was going to ask about your dispatch traffic. What are you hearing?
yes.
I'm very happy. So many dispatches.
Yes, it's making Salt happy because he feels useful. We've got apparently we have captured La Haye-Saint.
Mhm.
That was around 1,200 hours,
Mhm.
and we're I mean, the progress, the momentum, the attack is gaining momentum where it's supposed to be going. So that looks really good, and yeah, that strike is going just as it should. And I understand there's a cavalry battle raging up there to the northeast of what's the name of that town? Smohin, Muhin, something like that.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, just to the northeast of Papalot there.
yeah. So that's going pretty well. That's going pretty well.
And as you were saying, though, the cavalry fighting their cavalry, just if they can both take each other out of the equation, that lets our infantry do the job they need to do. So that's
Yep.
fine.
That works. That works for us if that's how it plays out. That's just fine.
Well, viewers,
everything else is going.
good. I was just going to address the viewers and say that is how we open minutes before disaster. Famous
Yes.
last words. So
Everything's great.
yeah, everything's
Said
going
William
good.
Barrett Travis.
Yeah, everything's going great.
We've
And-
got.
Yeah,
we've
we also got
Mexican army
word.
right where we want them.
Yeah, send us more Japs, right? Yeah, Wake Island.
Badges. We don't need no more stinking badges.
That's right.
That's right.
And we got a dispatch not too long before this that from the Wavre sector of the map
Yeah.
that
Yes.
was talking about how they had engaged multiple, like 3 Prussian corps. We're not convinced that they've engaged that many corps because we're not convinced that the Prussians have as many corps as they seem to be suggesting. But at any rate, the fact that they've engaged aggressively against the Prussians near Wavre is a sign that the Prussians will not be arriving on time, which is good news. So,
Yeah, that I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to take them to get here, but however long it is, it hopefully will be too long, and we're ready for them when they do arrive if they do. So
yeah, they'll have a.
Have you spoken to Van Dam Genty recently?
Yes, I have. I did speak to them quite recently and got the full info dump from them. And all right, yeah, I've been making the rounds.
I'll bet you have. You probably will want to go back to him in about about 1 to 1:20 game time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somewhere in that vicinity, because so there may be stuff happening there.
Maybe, huh? We'll see. We'll see.
There
might
should
be.
be something happening there.
Yeah, wait a minute. If there's nothing happening there, you got to tell us, okay? Because I
Right?
might need
If
to
there's
send some more.
If nothing's happening there and they're sitting around catching rays over there too, then
Well,
probably
I don't. I
something's gone wrong.
can't break fog of war. That's why I haven't told you about the Prussian cavalry corps to your immediate south. That's running into the rear of the guard. But
It's just Prussian.
yeah, just Lancers. Yeah, just a bunch
Okay,
of.
I was thinking
that-
it was Space Marines. If it's Prussian cavalry, then it's fine.
Yeah, as long as it's not the,
I'm not worried about them. I'll send Sult out with a couple of pistols. He'll chase them off. It'll be fine.
Oh, yeah.
Sure to work. All right, guys. What about the Imperial Guard? I see they're just chilling back there. Who's playing the Imperial Guard?
It is. I don't know. I know his in-game name is Druo.
Druo, Sheephead is the
Sheephead,
guy.
yes.
But yeah,
Yeah.
we've just got them sitting in reserve. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Waiting on. They're waiting on whatever part of the Prussians arrives.
Wow.
Now
they're our welcoming committee.
Yeah, it had been my thinking pre-game that the Prussians were going to get here much earlier, or that there would already be some on the field, and so I expected that wing to get engaged much earlier, but it didn't happen because apparently of what's happening over in the Wavre sector. Which is really good for us, but at the same time, it kind of sucks for them because I thought that they would be fighting already, and they're not. So, I kind of feel bad for them in that regard. But for the overall plan, it's really good news. But it's not what I wanted. I want them to have a good day and get into a fight. I expect though that the Prussians will eventually show up over there, and when they do, then they'll be waiting for them. They're the welcoming committee. Them and a whole lot of artillery plus a cavalry corps are waiting for the Prussians.
Why don't you just do what we do in every Kriegsspiel game, which is send everything in a big ball of anger in the center and just throw dice back and forth? What do you think?
Yeah. Well, that was one of my original plans, but I discarded it on the idea of it didn't risk disaster. So I decided, no, I can't do that. I've got to totally risk disaster.
Right.
So So I abandoned the common plan and went with the, hey, I think I'll do something really stupid.
Yeah. Well, there we go. All right, guys. Well, good luck to you. I'm off to other adventures, and
Okay.
good luck, and try not to forget about the fact that you're in a battle, all right?
Yeah.
I'll pour one
try.
out for you, Marshall.
All right, pour one out for me. All right, guys. See
Thanks,
you soon.
man.
You got it. Okay, and here we are at Imperial Guard headquarters. Actually, we need to speak very quietly because I think they're just taking naps. It's been a quiet
No,
day
no,
for
we were
them.
discussing strawberries.
You're doing what? Strawberries? You're picking strawberries?
Yeah,
Well,
we're
our
sending out our
commander
scouts
didn't
to get
realize
strawberries.
they were fruits.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. So strawberries, some, you get some cream, strawberries and cream. Oh my gosh, yeah, sugar.
I've never had that. That sounds fantastic, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've been
li-
thinking about where we could possibly loot strawberries from around here. But
Yeah.
we spent so much time here, we've already looted everything.
Yeah, it's probably. I don't know. It'd be a little early, but pretty close to the season, I suppose. I don't know. I live in Strawberry Land, and about June into July. Yeah, it's strawberry season here, so I don't know about out there. A little colder, but maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, strawberries with our looted Belgian waffles.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we get strawberries all the time. They only last about a day or two. If you don't eat them within 2 days, you got to throw them out. But
Yeah.
oh yeah,
I mean, my garden has a fig tree, which starts producing figs. Not right now, but it's nice. The only problem is that's covered in wasps.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they lay their eggs in them.
Yep.
Yep. That when you eat figs, you're eating wasp eggs too. But man, figs are delicious.
The best wasp you can get.
Yep, absolutely.
You see, Marshall, this is the problem when you spend the entire game in reserve sitting in a farmhouse. You wind up talking about fruit.
Right. Yeah, the conversation gets a little fruity, but that's okay. I like fruit,
God.
and I like fruity, so it's all good. I like strawberries. I like most berries. Blueberries are the ones that I'm not really into. But I'm not really into blueberries.
I think blueberries are fine on their own, but I think they're really good when combined with other things, like powdered sugar with blueberries. Blueberry chocolate.
Blueberries are very tart.
Yeah.
So you have to have a taste for that.
Yeah. So, well, folks, that's what is going on with the Imperial Guard. We're talking about fruit and just chilling and making dessert, and because there ain't much going on right now.
I'm just happy.
We'll be there later, don't you worry.
All right.
The problem is we've been given the order to be ready because last I heard there was a lot going on in the north, and I was told to be ready to, march quickly, come to the aid. So we did that, and we've been ready, and we've been waiting.
Yep,
wow.
and we're chilling with a substantial amount of artillery.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Real quickly, before I talk to the umpire, I need to say this. We were told that the guard artillery wouldn't be on the field at all, and then suddenly, I just get told, "All right, now you have 17 batteries of artillery that you need to manage, and no artillery commander." And to put that in perspective, we have 16 tiles of infantry and 17 of artillery. We have more artillery tiles than infantry, and we don't know what to do with it. So I'm actually about to ask the umpire to move part of that to where it might be more helpful, because we have too much of it, honestly, to the point that it has been a hindrance to us because we can't deploy. There's too much.
Right.
The way I like to put it is that we have 2/3 of the army's artillery.
Wow. Wow.
It's just sitting here.
Wow.
2/3 of the artillery, it's all clustered up. We can't use it, and it has honestly... early in the game, we had some serious problems with all of the units being congested because there's just too much.
Uh-huh.
And it just kind of showed up on the roads we were planning to use.
I gotta interject. I've dropped screenshots into your text chats.
Ah, thank you.
For 1300. So,
So, I'm going to give an order first. Or, cavalry, do you want to give your orders first?
Looks like I'm pretty far north. Do you want me to go to a second strat at this point, or?
Well, I mean, you guys, it's going to take a while for messages to get back, so, you know, you're moving at the head of the column for cavalry.
Yeah.
All right, just remember, stay in, what's that town called?
Monson. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Stay in Monsart. Don't move too far past it, but you are free to scout out the other routes with cavalry in case the Prussians try anything sneaky.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you're gonna have to the cav commander's gonna have to drop out of this chat and go into French Guard 2 from now
All right,
on.
sounds good.
All right.
Yep.
I also would like to move some of the artillery.
Okay.
I currently have, I believe, 5 foot batteries that are sitting on the road to our west. Am I correct about that?
The road to which road?
West of the main force. There are 5 batteries that are not attached to anyone.
Yeah, I've got 6.
Are you sure one of those aren't attached to an infantry division? Because each infantry division would have 3, and then we have 5 extra.
Oh no, I've got.
Can you send? I guess you can't send.
Yeah,
a screen.
yeah. I mean, they're grouped in any particular way. I wasn't sure how they're set up here, so.
All right, so basically each infantry division is still supposed to have 3 batteries, and then there are 4 horse batteries with me. Mm-hmm. The extra either 5 or 6 to my west, I'm going to send down the road in the direction of what's that? To our west, de Killiancourt, down the road to our west in the direction of Killiancourt and Viterze, where 3rd Division is, 3rd Corps. I'm going to send those batteries in that direction, together with a note addressed to Grouchy saying, basically, here, take these batteries. They're getting in our way. I'm sure they'll be put to better use over there.
Okay. All right. I need to find this town. Could you say it again, please?
Yes. If you actually, yeah. It's at a crossroads
where the R is BRA, where the R is in that BRA.
I see. Thank you, Marshall.
You got it, man.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
all right. So down that road over, and then the 3rd Corps. Last I heard, they were about to be pretty heavily engaged, so I'm sure they can use that much better than we can, and hopefully they can actually use it, whereas with us it's just getting in the way. I mean, as I just mentioned, we have currently 3 batteries attached to every infantry division, and an additional 4 cavalry batteries in a mobile grand battery. It's those extra 5 or 6, however many it is, are unnecessary, and they're just wasted sitting here. So that's why I'm going to send them over to 3rd Corps.
Okay. Also, tell the battery commanders that he said that about him.
I was given fairly explicit orders actually by HQ. This is for Marshall, but I was given fairly explicit orders by HQ not to send those batteries to the main attack, because that's what I assumed I was supposed to do when they arrived. I thought, all right, I'll take a few of them, the rest have to go help the main attack. But my orders were fairly clear that they would be useless in the main attack, so I'm going to try and send them where they would be useful.
All right. Do you have any other orders?
Nope, everyone is to stay as they are.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I would like to wrap a little gift bow around the artillery that is being sent west.
Send some figs. Or
exactly.
Strawberries, whatever.
Strawberries.
Yeah, all right. All right, guys, good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so you have the Imperial Guard who are playing. Typically, you have somebody in every game who plays what we call Marching Simulator, which means they spend most of the game, if not all of it, out of contact with the enemy, moving around, scouting, probing, trying to find some purpose for themselves. Or maybe they've been given an order to do this and they're doing it and they never quite encounter the enemy, or they encounter the enemy very late in the battle. And it can make for a very slow and boring experience. And it always seems that in every substantial Kriegsspiel game, at least somebody ends up in that situation. Or like this, they end up in the dreaded wait and reserve. However, because Kriegsspiel is a realistic exercise, as close as you can get outside of the military, frankly, you have to have forces in reserve. And you have to have forces that are out there scouting, and sometimes they are going to be off in the ether. Because to not do that, to not maintain those things, means that you're giving up some pretty important, I don't know what to call it, but you don't want to give up your reserve. You have to have your reserve, especially if you're on the defense. And you want to be out there scouting and feeling out the enemy and at least making sure he's not there. Because if you give that up, you're giving away a lot of tactical power, and it will cost you. So, unfortunately, the price of that is some players end up picking strawberries. But hey, strawberries are delicious, right? I hope you like strawberries. So there we have it. Another quick look here at the center. It looks like the 11th or the 12th Division is pretty much... Now, they have smashed a lot of stuff. They captured a battery. But they're about to get blown to bits here by this artillery, Ebert's battery. And I think the attack is spent here. Now, these reinforcements are coming up. We have a few assault columns here from the 12th Division that will come online. We'll see what happens there. But as long as the ball keeps rolling, the French should burn through. But if it stops rolling, that'll be it. So at this point, with the French 4th Corps now only having one fresh division, the 14th. Where's the 13th? Oh, the 13th's kind of hanging out here. Oh, here it is. Here's some. This is all 13th. Okay, so we got the 13th and the 14th. So... yeah, I was going to say that it's time for Napoleon to consider sending the Guard forward, even if he doesn't commit them yet. However, he's got 2 more divisions to throw in, and those should be sufficient to burn through, along with the cavalry support, especially if they get some artillery online. As was pointed out, the French aren't making particularly efficient use of their artillery. That's a little hard to do when you are on the attack. It's easier to get that artillery set up and hold on the defense. I do think that sending 6 of those guard batteries to the west is quite timely. And I think that will lock down the west. Although I don't know if this position, this here is going to be, with this cavalry here, is not going to be the best position. Look, in fact, those French units have been completely overrun and surrendered. Nonetheless, I think the French might be able to hold it if they can get this artillery supported by infantry. If they've got those 2 things together, they should be fine. Otherwise, if those guns go out here and they are isolated and they are not supported, they could be written off. Now it just comes down to time. Do the French get these units online fast enough to finish their breakthrough, or are they too slow? Now, let's take a look at the Prussians. Let's go to the other map. Take a look at what's happening over there. Oh, we want to join. And see if the Prussians have it together. Last time before we left, they were getting it together. It looked like the Prussians were about to turn things back in their favor, and that the lack of French troops was finally going to tell. They were finally going to pay for having only 1 corps over there against the 2 or 3 Prussian corps. But let's see what happens here. Now it looks like up here the Prussians are already arriving now. And this is not good. This is not good for the French. But so far, it's just some cavalry units. They do have some infantry here. Man, the clock is ticking. The clock is ticking. We can ignore this here because it isn't updated, but this is updated. And this puts the French on the clock. Here we have French cavalry coming forward, and it looks like they're going to try to turn the Prussian right. And the Prussians are sending cavalry to the south, which is not really where you want to be sending units. They have to screen their right, however, and this is what's going to do it. They have infantry here. They're still playing games with bridges, it seems. But it does look like they're starting to move. Well, no, they moved from up here. So I would give the credits a little more, I would give the Prussians a little more credit. It looks like they are moving in the right direction, even though they're pretty far off base. They may come in this way to the south. So the battle may play out and expand in this direction to the southeast, which I would consider a French victory. However, look here. Here you have a lot of Prussian units. A lot of Prussians. You only have this tiny French force here, holding back all of these Prussians. Now, they don't have to worry because the Prussians are not coming this way. They are going this way. But you have to understand, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly a 5th division here or more. You've got at least 1 or 2 Prussian corps who are coming online in the next, hour or 2 of game time against the French. So the French are really under a lot of pressure here. They might not make it. It is close. It is just like historic Waterloo, where, man, if the Prussians show up just in the nick of time, they'll save the day. But if they don't, the French will have it. So it's going to come down to timing. So let's go back to the main map. Now that we see that up here, and I don't know if it's on the main map yet, but up here, the Prussians are at least as far as here. Bosrenbeck. Is that a K or an H? Yeah, it's a K. Bosrenbeck, if I can pronounce it correctly. We're going to have a look and see what that looks like when we compare that to the main map, which has not been updated, as I've said. All right. Lancer points out, and just glancing, I think I'm going to agree with him, but let's take a look at what he says. Let's take a look at some comments. Lancer says, reserves. Players in these games understand that the battle tends to be fairly short. Since players and umpires only have so much time before the game ends, it makes less sense to husband a reserve. Okay, I get it. But yeah, that's why they do it. He adds, better to commit it early so it can have an impact before the end. Also doing that minimizes the time wasted in having to march to the front. So from a gameplay or a fun perspective, I think that makes a lot of sense. But again, when you have these big battles like Grand Waterloo, where it's a pretty serious game, you have to treat it the same way you would historically or realistically. And I think it's a good decision to keep it back. However, I would be thinking with the knowledge I have here, I would be probably at least having it inch forward. I would at least move it forward a half a mile or so to Place Sonoy, and maybe even a little further than that. Dispatches are clearly not coming in from the French right. If he had a timely dispatch, he would know that the Prussians are pretty well tied down over there. Now, they have some sense of that. They have received word that the Prussians are tied down and that the French are even attacking, although it would be a mistake at this point for the French to be attacking when they are so greatly outnumbered. Nonetheless, it seems to me that the French plan has worked really well, and we don't need this guard or this reserve this far back from the front, waiting to respond to a Prussian breakthrough. That probably isn't going to happen, and certainly isn't going to be decisive, even if it did happen by the time it did happen. So, what needs to happen is, I think, in order to win, Napoleon needs to go forward along with the guard, and they need to. Now is in fact the time to push all the chips to the center and go for broke. They might not have to, because they've got 2 divisions of regulars here that are coming up, and the British line is quite weak. But these guys are going to come in, and they should get to at least about here. There is a chance they will stem this tide. They will certainly threaten the French flank, and once these units come in here, you see here, oh, look at this. If this is correct, the French are going to turn right. That's probably why these units are here. The 13th Division is probably being ordered to screen the right. And that could be all she wrote if the French run out of steam. With this guard here in the reserve, and so far to go to get up to the front, if the 13th Division is distracted to the right and they're not able to carry the attack forward, it's going to be It's going to be the end for the French. I think it will be the end for the French. So even though they're doing really well elsewhere on the map, it's only a temporary condition until the weight of numbers tell. And they would tell if the battle were to continue for many more hours. So, all right, let's talk to the British commander. This means to go back to Peter and see how Peter is doing and what his sense of everything is. And is he troubled? Is he confident? How does he feel? Let's see. All right. Hello. You there, Peter?
So the Duke is tired, so he is taking a 15-minute power break. If you don't mind, I could answer any questions you may have.
Well, you know, the British and their tea, you know?
Well, unfortunately, it's not a luxury afforded to the staff.
No, it's not. You have to take the dog for the walk, clean up after him, but that happens. How's it going from the British perspective? What's your opinion of the battle? What's your assessment?
You know, it's kind of like, do you play tennis?
I'm familiar with tennis. I have played tennis before, so sufficiently enough, I suppose.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, umpire. Wellington is currently taking a break, yes.
Yes. Brunswick will hopefully be showing up soon. I will give you the report so you can give it to Wellington when he gets back. You find that some French infantry had captured one of your guns. And you can see a mass of French infantry to your east-southeast, milling about, trying to organize itself. Some of the Brunswick artillery is firing into it, and you can see some of the reserve artillery forming up to fire on the guys who captured your guns.
Okay.
I will be back for orders later. Yes, and there is a new Brunswick player. He is now.
Hello.
Sir Wellington, I have
returned.
returned.
Can brief him.
Wellington is currently taking a break. I can brief you on anything you need to know.
Okay. Well, it seems that
did
we
you
have
just
moved
get
down.
here, or have you been following before, or?
I was the first Offerman. The first.
Okay, you were the first guy. Okay.
Yes. But
Fine.
then I
So,
had to cancel.
Right. Basically, the French threw everything they have into trying to breach the eastern flank of First Corps, and they managed to make a small breakthrough. And there's a column of French infantry coming in. So you are currently in position to stop that. You have
An
some
infantry charge, sir?
Yes, you just shoot at their infantry until they stop.
I would say that we should use the cavalry reserves I have. The Brunswick Hussars and Lancers.
This is This is a how you skin the cat problem. But you have at your disposal your cavalry, your infantry, and the reserve artillery. So I want those columns to, I want you to beat them back, and how you do it, it's up to you.
Brunswick, I'm here for your orders.
But you have a lot of artillery in the area, so blast them with canister.
Do you think an infantry charge would be feasible? Like we should take back the artillery pieces.
Do not charge them, I would say, because we have such an overwhelming superiority in guns.
Okay.
That is my recommendation.
Colin?
Brunswick, what are your orders?
I don't think I have even gotten a report yet, but okay then.
Didn't I send you a picture?
But you don't do verbal reports?
Oh, forgot. Sorry about that. So on your right, you can see that the French are being pushed back. They are losing all steam and they are retreating back, falling back. On your left, you can see that the English cavalry is all routed, and you can also see in your back the 2nd Division regrouping.
2nd Division are the Dutchmen, right?
What?
They are the Dutchmen, right?
No, pardon, I didn't hear you right.
2nd Division is the Dutch division, right?
Yes, the Sedlinsky.
Okay. So, my orders, I think we will be moving up close with the infantry and pouring fire on the French column currently at the surrendered artillery pieces. With try to push them off the artillery. And the cavalry I have behind me, the reserve hussars and the lancers, they are to move to protect the reserve artillery to the west of me, the English artillery pieces. They are also to fire upon. They are also to fire upon the French column. If the French advance on this artillery, the cavalry is to charge. If the French advance on my infantry, it's the same thing. The cavalry shall charge them in the back.
Alright. I'm sorry, but do you mind not giving me orders like that? If this, then that. If this, then that. Just give me clearer.
Okay. Then the cavalry is to be stationed at the English reserve artillery. And
all right, we're watching the map reload here real quick. I think that the New Brunswick commander is giving a pretty good order. But yeah, it was getting a little lengthy and conditional, and that can be hard for umpires. They generally want clear, quick, concise orders. In some cases, though, I think it makes sense. I probably would have given the same order, and if this or that, to accurately convey intent. But depending on the size of the turn and so on, it might be a little overwhelming for the umpires. But in any case, yeah, he does need to make a decision and kind of stick to it. And we'll see what happens. From the looks of things and the sound of things, it looks like the English are confident they can stem this tide. In fact, to some degree, they probably feel they have. And it does look like the French attack has faltered, not for lack of strength, but for lack of timing. And with the timing being what it is, and with the 13th Division almost certainly being drawn off to the right here, or having concerns with these Prussian reinforcements coming up, it may be that only the 12th Division, or I thought it was the 13th, yeah, whatever's left here is just not quite going to do it. And this means you have to have the guard up. And if the guard isn't up, and if they're punching through around here as well, if you look at these units are being hard pressed, it may be over for the French. It may be very close to over for the French. They are going to need to be reinforced here quickly with a unit that can defend this position. So the Erlon, he is losing his position. And this is a problem now. So it looks to me like the French are too far away to finish steamrolling through the British. And like they almost did, but the British have just enough. And the French still have the force, but they've committed it too late. And they've been distracted. One of their divisions is distracted. I don't think they're going to win. I don't think they can win. And if they did burn through the British, the Prussians would be coming up almost immediately. So the Prussians are about 30 to 45 minutes behind. And then they're going to come up, and they're going to come up in the correct position. And then that may very well be it. That may almost be it. So, oh man, I thought the French were going to win it, but we will see. We will see. The players are on the YouTube. The Prussians are in the woods. Spaglord says, and Lancer replies, no, the blue uniforms are French. The Prussians are on the move. Don't let anyone say otherwise. They're quoting history there. And the Fourth Corps being ignored by the umpires may prove lethal, honestly, says Spaglord. Maybe. But I don't know. I don't know how this would have played much differently. And it looks like the majority of the Fourth Corps has gone in about when and where it could. Because prior to this, the First Corps had all of that clogged. They were kind of road jammed. They were not going to get through that necessarily anyway. I don't know that they missed a lot. The problem that I see, the part that's going to cost them the battle is actually holding the guard in reserve for so long, or at least not having them closer to the Schwerpunkt to keep the ball rolling. Now, where do you assign blame in this? I will tell you now that the Fourth Corps commander needs to have a dispatch going back to Napoleon. Of course, that assumes that the Fourth Corps commander has a good handle on the situation, but he should be communicating back to Napoleon and saying, look, we're running low on steam here. I think we can take them, but they have a lot of resistance here, and we need a little extra push, or we at least need to be prepared for it. Of course, Napoleon may reply to the request, what does he want me to do? Make them, referring to making reinforcements, but, who knows? So let's go talk to the French Fourth Corps commander and see if he's sending dispatches back. And if so, that's Ney. Actually, not Fourth Corps. Let's go to Ney. It should be going to Ney. Ney's responsible. Let's start with Ney, and then we'll take a look at the Fourth Corps. Or we could go to the Fourth Corps and then go up to Ney. Let's go to the Fourth Corps. Here we go.
Do have two of my battalions forming square and two forming line, so it may take a little while for that whole line, my whole division, to get into place.
Yep. Alright, 13th.
And hello, Mr. Marshall.
Hey guys, who is the Corps commander?
That would be me.
All right. What's the situation?
Prussians spotted in Ransbeek. The cavalry situation is I have no idea. So I don't know how our I know there's a large cavalry engagement up here, but I got my I believe my turn was forgotten again when I was with the 14th Division. So I've missed about 20 minutes of what was going on. So current plan is to form up southwest of Landsbeek with the woods anchoring both our flanks to try and harass or suppress the Prussian advance and force them to engage in along a small frontage where we can make the most of our numbers.
All right.
That is as far as I know what's going on. I've not got a huge idea what's going on. with the 12th Division. I'm presuming that they are moving on Mount Sejan now. I'm going to be sorting that out this turn.
Have you communicated with the umpires to confirm that you have or have not lost a turn?
I already have, and they said, "Oops." And I moved up to the 13th Division. May have been 2 turns, but at this point, who's counting?
All right. Have you communicated with Nay?
I'm communicating with Nay right now.
Nice. All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm trying to figure out from the picture
Hello.
I've got what I have left.
Oh, I was looking for Nay.
Nay?
Yeah, 4th Corps Commander. Or, I'm sorry, Left Wing Commander. Left Wing Commander. All right, no. How's it going, guys, real quick, since I ended up in here?
How much are we allowed to spoil?
Oh, you could say anything.
I know, because I know you guys are. I know you're on Twitch.
You guys could say anything to me because I am. I have the God's eye view. I'm on the umpire table. I actually know how it's going. I'm asking.
As far as I am aware, and I've been working with 12 Division on this. We are leading. I am leading an assault on Mount St. Jean.
Mm-hmm.
And that's essentially my end goal, is to take Mount St. Jean and proceed from there. And I've noticed 12 Division here is running into a problem with the British guns toward the elsewhere around Mount St. Jean. So I've been trying to coordinate and get some help and see what's going on. I'm trying to kind of rally the troops here. And 12 Division literally spent the last turn rallying troops. So, doing our best here.
Yeah, you got to be organized to go forward and carry on the attack. So, all right. Do you think you're going to take your objective?
Yes.
All right.
God willing, I will take my objective.
All right. Well, good luck, gentlemen. Hang in there. We'll see you pretty soon.
Thank you.
All right. We need to find Nay. Where is Nay? Let's see here. Everybody changed their profile pictures, so it's kind of hard. Let's see here. And there's people in here who I don't even know who they are. Cancel that. That's okay. I'm glad there's so many people here playing. Still looking for Nay. French Corps, French 4th Corps. Neither of these. Not this one. Not this one. Oh, man, where did James go? That's cavalry. Here he is. Here he is. He's with... All right, let's go in here. He's in a unit where I did expect him. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Is Marshal Ney here?
I think
he's in the channel. Oh, there he is.
Just had to come off mute.
No problem. What's your read on the situation?
Well, at this point, we kind of know where everything's at. So we've seen the Prussians have been seen southwest of Wavre. I don't know how to say that, and northeast coming out of Brackenspeak or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So with that positioning known and their 2 columns advancing, Bonaparte had committed his First Cavalry Corps to assist the Second Cavalry Corps up here in the northeast to fend off the Prussians and by time to finish off the British. The enemy, as far as I can tell, is having a strong counter assault. What I hear and can tell, kind of pushing south straight between the two wings, centered on Ujaman. So the left flank of my right wing, First Corps, is getting pushed hard. So I think Bonaparte has committed the Guard to counterattack there, push between the two wings, and hopefully win the day. We made some good progress. The cavalry is doing excellent. I think the progress is slowing with these counter assaults. So if we can hold off the counter assaults, hold off the Prussians, and then do one or two more good pushes today, I think we'll have won it. So.
All right.
That's my hope, anyway.
Okay, no, that's a good read on the situation in terms of what you see, know, and understand. That's what I was looking for, and what actually transpires, we will see. But thank you. That's a good briefing from you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's see here. The British are. Let's see if we can find Cook, who's First Division. I don't know who's playing as First Division Cook for the British, but I think that would be an interesting person to talk to. So let's see if he's there. And here it is. This is, I don't know who that player is actually. It's a new player, I think. But let's pop in.
Right is like the.
I'm just in the menu.
Oh no, there is purchasable currency, but that's not the main currency at all.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Who's here?
Hello. This is Marshall. I am broadcasting on our YouTube channel. I am the commentator for today's battle, and I wanted to pop in to see how it's going for you guys.
I mean, it's
we're in the thick of it.
We're in the thick of it. We seem to have ended up becoming the center.
Mm-hmm. Were you not expecting to be the center?
I was, but I didn't think I didn't think it was going to turn into this much of a clusterfuck.
Right, a slugfest.
Yeah. Well, some units are mixed in with each other here. It's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, and I was a replacement for the one before me. So I went from taking 8 turns to march to this.
Oh boy. What how do you rate your performance so far? What do you think? You think you're going to hold?
I think so. It looks like the French are getting beat much worse than we are.
Mm-hmm.
We still got freshmen.
They made a very interesting decision to seemingly try and charge cavalry columns at cannon, which I don't think went very well for them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and then earlier on they did the same thing with their light cavalry, and it got eviscerated in the aftermath. They didn't take out our guns there, but they ran straight into 4 regiments of foot guards that were waiting for them in a cosp. It did not go well.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
Well, all right, guys. Good. I wanted to check in with you because this is an interesting piece of the battle. I wanted to talk to the commanders on both sides. I've talked to the French, and now I wanted to check in with you. So carry on, and good luck to you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Have fun commenting.
You got it. All right. Here you see the Guard going forward finally. Where are they going? They're going here. They could try to punch through here, but I don't know what that would do. Let's see, though. Where are the Guard going? This line should hold, especially with this artillery coming up. This Guard going forward. Let's talk to my favorite person, me. What do I think? All right, now we'll talk to Napoleon too. All right, let's see here. Let's click that so we quick scrolling the map up and down. Go here and pop into headquarters. Here we are. And Grouchy is coming up. Actually, I got to talk to Grouchy first. What's he got to say? Hello, General Marshal Grouchy.
It's over.
It's over? What do you mean it's over?
Oh, yeah. We're committing the guard.
Yeah? Where are you committing the guard?
To Hugamo.
Yeah? You going to win?
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right.
I'm going to play the... Sorry, go ahead.
Are you running to headquarters or from headquarters?
I'm not going to visit the headquarters. Achilles is going to kill me.
Because you look like you're pretty close to headquarters, I thought.
Oh, yeah. You were expecting me to go there so you could have an entertaining you could see as a spectator what's going on between me and Achilles. Because those conversations are very entertaining for your video, for your stream.
You know, you are close enough to be dragged into his channel and talk to him in real time.
Oh, no.
You are close enough. Which way are you headed? Are you headed north?
Oh, no, I'm going to rush. I'm pretty much going to pass by his HQ. I might tell him something before I just instantly leave back to my channel. Or because I'm by his HQ.
Oh.
I'm going to go do...
What are you going to tell him? What are you going to tell him? What are you going to tell him? What could you possibly have to say to Emperor Napoleon that is worth his time?
We've won the battle.
Oh, and you know this.
Oh, yeah.
All right. All right. I like your confidence.
I'm going to tell you. Of course, I'm very confident. I'm going to tell you this. I received a message like just a few turns ago. GDD Supervi of 5th Division of 1st Cavalry Corps has told me that he's made contact with General Rey. He says he has caught the majority of if not the entirety of the Prussian army. He is currently attempting to pull a delaying maneuver, but his forces are buckling in areas. I am proceeding to assist his right flank southwest of Limlet. His HQ at this moment in time seems to be north of Penchar. I'm hoping to be momentarily co-located with him soon for more information. And then I receive a dispatch this turn. The turn before. Pajol, the 1st Cavalry Corps commander, the guy who's the superior of Subervi. He tells me, he hasn't directed this to me. It's apparently a letter from Soult to Pajol. He's instructing him to go by Maransart, Jean-Loup, and Ohin to come up upon the town of Ransbeek from the southeast. Prussians have been spotted moving to Ransbeek from the east. You are ordered to engage any enemy forces you encounter on this movement and thus protect Ney's flank. So apparently the Prussians have tried to flank around Rey's corps and are now on the field of Waterloo, I think. So yeah, it seems like this is the final straw. It's the last. We've got the last big action coming soon. I mean, we've got about 3 hours left. 2 hours left into the game, if I'm correct. As Blazer said, this would be 2 4-hour parts. So if within those 2 hours we're committing the guard, then I mean, this is pretty much over. I also got told by Jan that he received a dispatch from Ney and that they're breaking through. I think that this battle is going to be finished up. This is, as far as I'm concerned, Achilles' greatest victory. He's going to paint it as he eventually gets exiled, and he's gonna just say, he's gonna ignore me in his memoirs. He's just gonna be like, he's gonna put a page for Gucci, and it's gonna be blank. And Ney's gonna be like, I love him. I love this guy. I love this guy.
Yeah, I bet. All right. Well, let's see what happens. Okay. So don't forget to say hi to Napoleon as you ride through, and we'll see what happens when you do. All right. Good luck.
He's probably gonna shoot me.
Maybe, but good luck.
He told me he was gonna execute me if I came near his HQ.
You know, those pistols aren't very accurate. You know that. All right. Good luck. All right, gentlemen.
Hey, things
All right.
are happening, man.
Are they? I noticed that some stuff is happening. What's your read on the situation?
Let's see. What we have at this point is, first of all, we have seen Prussians on our field for the first time. Well up north, up around, what is it, Ransbeek and Basenberg or Brazenbeek or whatever that is, way up in the northern sector, northeast. And the First Corps has the First Corps is in heavy engagement. And if you were to look outside our window of our headquarters, you would see the grand spectacle of the Imperial Guard moving down the road, passing our headquarters.
Wow. Okay.
So things are definitely popping.
Yeah? Yeah. Where's the guard headed?
Hugamo.
Okay. All right.
We're throwing them in the center because we don't think they could reach Ransbeek in time. So we're trusting that Ney's forces will at least be able to hold the ground they've taken if they can't continue the advance. And so we're starting to shift some emphasis towards the center with the guard to hopefully relieve pressure on First Corps' left flank.
Okay. Well, all right.
And Fourth Corps should be fresh. As far as I know, they have yet to be engaged. And they're up on First Corps' right somewhere, to the north of First Corps, north or northeast of First Corps. So they should probably be engaging the Prussians. And there we are.
All right. Okay, I've got a request to speak with someone, so I'm going to go to do that. And I will check back with you guys in a bit. Good luck.
All right. Thanks, man.
All right, let's see what Blazer has. He'll pop in here momentarily. Actually, he's in Sector C, talking to... I'll pop down into C.
Best I can to perch. But I mean, if you know
Does it
anybody
look as
who
though they're
wants
going
a
to
second role,
engage? Do they?
yes. So 6th Corps and 5th Corps are coming through O'Hain right now, about to board Waterloo board. One's
Okay,
coming north of O'Hain.
is there anyone try transferring someone from the reserve of the Prussians, like someone near Wavre?
Perfect. Yeah, let me see if I can't reach out and find somebody who's not playing or who's just got a roll. Okay, will do.
All right, Marshall. What do you think of how this is going? Looks like the French are finally committing the guard.
Yeah, it's a bit of a long shot. I think they could do it, but their Schwerpunkt, I think, has failed. The Prussians are going to prove decisive, and so it really comes down to whether or not the guard can break through at Hougoumont. And if they
do, the French are also committing. They've got one more fresh division that they're committing as well. So there's that too. But
it's like the historic Waterloo. The Prussians are showing up at the last minute, but that's threatening to be decisive. And if the guard can punch through, then I guess they might win it. But if they can't punch through, if it's a near run thing, and the British managed to hold them with their very thin red line, then that's historic. And we'll see what's going to happen. I would expect the Guard to punch through, but who knows?
Yeah.
You know, they've got to, you know, luck is still a factor. They've got to make the roll, you know, and they've got to get up there in time. And I think they've been committed about 30 minutes too late, at least.
Yeah, I probably agree. It's remarkably historical, though, the way the Prussians are showing up, and it's coming down to can the French break the British just off that last ridge while the Prussians, before the Prussians show up, essentially. Which it's quite different from history, but sort of similar in some ways as well. But
yeah,
it's much bigger.
Yeah.
Like, this front's like 7 miles. The historical one was about 2 or 3, so it's much wider.
Yeah.
And if you look on the left, especially, it's a lot thinner on the left, but also a lot larger and thinner spread, basically. But,
yeah. Well, it's also typical IKS, right? We just
yeah.
out and
Although, to be fair, I mean, Waterloo was remarkably tiny battlefield. It was like 100,000 men across like 2 miles or something ridiculous. So
yeah.
Indeed.
Well, you know, remember the famous words of Sun Tzu. Always throw out your men to make the longest line, and although you will lose, history will remember that you had the longest line. So.
Famous.
Okay, so we got some combats going on.
Anyway, I need to coordinate with the Prussian
good
people.
luck. Good luck.
I gotta coordinate with Section B, guys.
All right, so we're going to let them work on that. And let's take one last look. This is probably going to be our last look at the Prussian map, simply because I don't think it matters anymore. I don't think it's decisive. The Prussians have accomplished their hookup with the Anglo-Allied army. And that's it. You know, they've done that part. They will probably stop the Fourth Corps attack. But now it's a question of, can the Guard punch through at one particularly thin spot of the British line? And I think the Guard can. The question is, will bad luck steal this away from them? And then if they do break through, what happens there? Look, we got a battleship on the map here. I don't know why, but we've got the King George. So, and something else here. So they're having fun over here. We've got Star Wars spaceships and so on. But let's take a look over here at the real thing. So at the real thing, it looks like the French are heavily engaged. I don't know who's attacking who. It doesn't look like either side has fought a decisive outcome. The French, these guys are up in squares. They don't need to be. Yeah, this is going to be a bloody standoff on both sides. These guys are holding. The Lancers are headed the wrong way. They could come south, but maybe they just want to threaten this flank or something. But here, look at this. Here's at least one division. Here's another division or so. Yeah, I mean, you got at least a full 1 or 2 Prussian corps now who are starting to pour in to the Waterloo area, while the Guard just has to punch through, and they may or may not make it. So from a numbers perspective, from a manpower fighting effectiveness perspective, the Prussians and Anglo-Allies combined are probably going to win the day. However, if the Guard breaks through, you end up in a situation where the British Army could arguably be demoralized. They could rout from the field, leaving the Prussians vulnerable, dividing themselves from the Prussians. The British are no longer combat effective. The Prussians can't really stand against the French if the French can recover themselves in time to defeat the Prussians. At least Napoleon lives to fight the next day or two against the Prussians. Theoretically, there are other allies marching to this area, but maybe Napoleon takes Brussels or something, and then history has a whole different outcome. But it really comes down to what the Guard's doing. I'm going to check in one more time with Cookie and see how he feels about the situation and what's going on. And then we're going to spend the rest of our time, the balance of our time on the main map, watching that Guard attack go in, because that's the one that counts. Let's see here. We might check back with Wellington to see if he's awakened from his nap. But don't be too loud. He has to sleep. Needs his beauty rest, like me. All right, where is Cookie? He is Blucher. Cookie is also Blucher, so... Corps, 1 brigade, 1st Corps, 6th Brigade, Army Command. There we go. All right, here we are. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, Marshal Blucher, what can you tell me? What do you know? What's going on? Can you give me a report, please?
Okay. Our initial... We had a bit of an sort of correct assessment, sort of a misassessment. At the beginning, the enemy was not going towards Wavre. It was sort of half expected, but they did not attack our flank at all in that direction and just tried to get in between us and the British. By now, we have the 2nd Corps in the north pushing towards the southwest, and the 1st and 3rd Corps are also sort of lined up on the front and are also, wait, I'm better showing it, are also pushing in towards the southwest. Unfortunately, the 1st Corps Cavalry sort of ran around here doing nothing because there was some miscommunication, but hopefully now they should be moving towards Genappe, presenting something of a flank towards the enemy that they have to deal with. And basically, the current plan is with us roughly along this entire line to just drive southwest until we hit the French Imperial Guard.
All right. Well, there's the plan. Do you guys think you're going to win the battle now, or do you think it's too late, or what are your thoughts on that?
I think considering what I've heard while I was with my chief of staff, considering that the British managed to throw, they retreated back to Mont-Jean, roughly.
Yes. Okay.
And from what I heard, they are launching a flanking maneuver with this corps at Lillois, roughly. And between our large-scale attack, assuming it finally hits home at some point, and the British, we still stand better than even chance, I believe, of winning this.
Excellent. Okay. Well, then, let's see what happens. I wanted to check in and see your progress. It looks like you are finally doing more or less what you want. You have your handle on the situation, it sounds like. As to whether or not you really do, I can't say. But you do sound a lot more confident than you did earlier. So I think that means you've solved some of the command and control issues as well as the information issues that you had early on. How do you feel about that?
Well, so I think information is only slightly improved, but the thing is, I know that the enemy is only in one area around here, and if I drive southwest, I will naturally run into them, so I don't have to worry about some outflanking maneuver or being unable, and the enemy doesn't have any troops that are unidentified, really. No corps where I don't know where it is, and now I've got basically all my 3 corps pushing into the enemy, and as far as my calculations go, I should have the numerical advantage, and I basically just told everyone push towards the southwest and that doesn't need a lot of command and control, so to speak. If you just point them in one direction, tell them don't stop until you hit the enemy's elite troops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. And that's a simple plan, and any Kriegsspieler can execute it. So now we wait to see what happens. So good luck.
See ya.
See you. All right. Okay, there you go. You have the Prussian commander telling you his assessment. I think he's largely correct. He does have a handle on the situation. He has it more or less under control. He's given a very simple, easy-to-follow order to all of his subordinates, so they should obey. If there's any criticism, it's that he's attacking when he really doesn't have to. He could hold here and just continue to send units this way, spilling over into the other map, and he's going to do just fine. But regardless, you know, I don't think that's that big of a deal. We are now going to go back now to the main map. We are done with looking at this map. We're not going to look at it again because we don't need to. The battle will be decided on the main map, and this main map, it comes down to the guard, and this is where we're going to end up with the day. I think the battle will go, I'm going to guess, for another hour perhaps, until the guard starts throwing dice at least. And yeah, we'll see. I think another 2 turns is probably pretty reasonable. I don't know that they'll need to go beyond that to get to a resolution. Even though the game is scheduled to play for another 2 hours solid, it may stop before then if we get to a resolution. Why? Remember, we're international. We got people all around the world. For some people, it's now early AM hours. They need to go to bed. People with lives and other things going on. People have really committed to playing this game. This game has run longer than I expected it would, but we did have an hour break, which is nice. But yeah, I think we're at the point now where once this guard attack goes in, we could almost call it. You could even, yeah, no, I mean, I would, if there is a issue with players' availability, you could stop running the right map altogether and abstract to that pretty heavily and just bring in the reinforcements. I don't think it matters. I think this is just busy work now on the right, and really all that matters is here in the center. So the guard should punch through. You've got some units here that are slightly disrupted. The line is extremely thin. Who is going to be the thin blue-red line for the British? And that's these guys. Let's see who the British officer in command is of this line. This is Hill and Colville. Hill, 2nd Corps, 4th Division. Where's the 4th Division commander? These 2 guys, we need to talk to them because it's about to get real for them. Let's find them. 2nd Corps, 4th Division. Hill. 2nd Corps, 2nd Division. We want 4th Division. It's right here. Okay.
Had a lack of moral courage. The charge failed.
I assume the French have the same problem then, because they have the same marker on them.
Yes.
Oh,
if they're not fighting, they should recover.
All right, yeah. So would me riding among them not do anything at all?
They'll just recover.
There is bonuses for leaders being close by.
Yeah, I would like to ride among them and attempt to get them to form as quickly back into line and take up position and keep shooting.
Certainly. Are there any other orders that you'd like to issue to your troops?
Is my artillery firing?
Your artillery will be firing this turn, yes.
All right, I want them to pour fire into the French in front of them.
Roger that.
Where is the 3rd of my 4th Brigade? They were the ones who were where the gun was.
They are behind the gun.
Isn't that 6? There are 4 units. You're right.
Yep. You withdrew them, remember, behind the guns to recover?
Yep. I thought it was a different color. Thank you.
Yes, sir. They should be recovered and back in line this next turn. They will receive your orders right now.
Yeah. No, I would like them just to recover and for the troops to the left or whatever, the troops next to my gun to stay in line, in case the French come down from that hill.
hang on. No, keep going. I wasn't talking to you.
As well, I would like to send a dispatch to the 6 Hanoverians who are not at Huguemont and get a status update.
Are you going to bring your recovered division back into line, or brigade back into line?
Yes. That is what I am personally focusing on this entire time.
What message are you trying to send to who?
I was just asking if I could get if I could send an aid or something to the what is it, 3 battalions of 6 Hanoverians who were left north of Huguemont, who are not inside of it, right?
Yes, there are two battalions inside Huguenot. There are 3 outside.
Yeah. And I would just if they're otherwise indisposed of, or if they are in line, then they stay. If somehow the situation has changed and the British line has outpaced them and recovered, then I would like them to march back down here. Does that make sense?
To come up and reinforce?
Yes.
Roger that. Okay.
All right. No, thank you.
You're welcome. If they get there, what do you want them to do?
I would like them to flank around. Is there any room to my left? I think there'd be a little bit of room to my left once my units are back and in line to try to flank around the French position here.
What is that grey thing in the top right of the screenshot?
That's a marker for the umpires to divide the battlefield into A, B, and C sections.
Oh, okay. Because I'm just looking at thinking, what?
Also, I would
Well,
like
okay,
to.
go.
I'd like to retract that last bit. If they come back here, I would like the Hanoverians.
Okay, fine. Can I please laugh really, really loud here? Because I've just received dispatch. From Major General Charles Colville, I remain engaged. The French waver in front of me, and I seek to give them the bayonet.
Okay, they were
Can I
wavering in
shoot
front
him?
of me.
Hang on, umpire. Can I shoot him?
What's the British way? You volley them, they're disordered, you give them the bayonet.
The
That's
British don't
101.
charge.
Yes,
don't
they do.
charge.
That is
They
British
shoot. They
doctrine.
shoot. They shoot.
That is British doctrine, is to fire, and if they are disordered, you charge.
They shot in silence as well. They were so spooked out the French with how quiet and disciplined they were with their fire. They would unnerve the French with their massed volleys.
Yeah. The French waver my arse.
They look at them. They're wavering.
No, they're just waving goodbye to the back of your troops.
We're waving back. But no, I would like the Hanoverians, the 3 ones who will reinforce me if there's nothing else going on, to be reserved behind me.
Be a reserve behind you. You got it, buddy.
Yep, and I'll just throw them in line if shit hits the fan again.
I went to the sea and I said hello to the ocean, but it didn't reply. It just waved.
Yeah,
That's
no
bloody
funny.
awful, mate. I don't. Just awful.
Oh, well,
Anyway, my orders are to go back to 2nd and 4th. No, not 4th. That would be stupid. 2nd and 3rd Division commanders.
2nd and 3rd
Which is where I
Division.
just came from.
Yep.
Now, what's
You've seen enough, huh?
Yeah, I'm disappointed. This will be in the post-battle report.
I have this under control. I'm getting promoted.
Who has
Thank
this
you,
under
gents.
control?
Appreciate it.
Who has this under control?
Soon, Lieutenant General Colville.
Oh, Lieutenant General Colville. So you've got it under control.
Are you a lieutenant? No, you're Major General.
But I'm getting promoted.
No, you're not.
What?
Hang on, you're going to absolutely love what I just put in my notes. Anyway.
All right. Well, what do you guys? We're live streaming, and I'm here on the YouTube live stream, and I'm zooming in on your little sector, the battlefield. What's your assessment? How's it been going so far, and what's your assessment of the battle?
My assessment is First Corps under heavy pressure and have been forced back. My corps has marched in from the west, where they've engaged what I'm assuming is probably a force that's trying to like delay us instead of an actual force. Somerset's doing God knows what with the cavalry, but it seems to be doing a good job. 3rd Division and 2nd Division are about to annihilate some units at Laville unless they commit their reserves, which they might do. And once they've been removed, we should be able to hit what I imagine will be the French sort of left flank / rear. Though it might be a bit late, but thankfully the Prussians are arriving. Yay!
Yay!
So you think the French are about to give way, or on
I
your right,
don't
or
know.
in your front, or?
I think the French are probably holding, or if not beating First Corps currently.
Are you
which
hoping
is why
to attack, or what?
You probably know what I'm talking about for the live stream, but the units I have are all basically left of here, and I'm trying to get them to move over. Unfortunately, the French keep being obtuse and fighting them. But the idea is to try and get over here as quickly as possible.
Okay, so you want to shift to the British right so that you can aid the attack on the French left flank, right? Is that what you're looking
Ideally,
at?
yes, but I also imagine that if the French haven't committed their guard, they will be committing it soon. And they'll probably put it over here.
We do know the Young Guard was committed earlier.
What about the Old Guard?
Where were the Young Guard committed?
To the east of Huguemont, attacking.
Oh yeah, I remember
KGL.
something about that.
Wow. Okay, so they were involved in that attack to your far left, what, Mount Saint Jean, or further east?
Closer to Mount Saint Jean.
Oh, but you haven't seen him.
I personally haven't, because I have the Huguemont in between us.
Are you sure it wasn't the Old Guard or the Young Guard? It was one.
I was told by Prince of Orange and Alton of the KGL division that it was Young Guard, but I mean, it could be outdated info, right?
But now, then how can you expect them to attack you if they've been committed? You think it's the other half of the guard then? The young or the old?
Yeah, it was the Young Guard. I'm maneuvering south to line up west of Huguemont to show their flank and drive off the attack of the Young Guard as per the suggestion of the Prince of Orange. That was 10:40.
Okay, and what time is it now?
1:40,
Okay.
I think.
Okay, that's like 2
2
hours ago now.
So they might have reformed when we come back. Regards to that, we need to just push. I'm heading over to where 2nd and 3rd are, try and get them to go a bit faster. And I'm going to be suggesting that our 4th Division commander does not charge anyone anytime soon.
If they waver, I am following British doctrine, sir.
Yeah, unfortunately, British doctrine has this amazing thing, which I'm going to call the get out of jail free clause for superior commanders, which is if you think it is the best idea at the time. Now, it clearly wasn't.
I will accept my medal after the battle, sir.
Yes.
Well, all right, guys.
No.
Well, good luck, and we will see how this plays out. It was good talking to you. Good luck.
Waterloo.
All right. Okay, there we have it. So the British are pretty optimistic. They think half the guard is committed 2 hours ago on the right, which is the Prince of Orange is telling him so. Why? I don't know. He thought he saw him. Rumors are rumors. It's how rumors go. Let's pop back into Wellesley once more time. Wellington. Hello, is Wellington still napping?
Oh, did I miss you the last time?
Oh, hey, how you feeling? You doing all right?
Yeah.
Well, came in last time when you were taking your break.
Yeah. Well, I imagined him curled up with Lizzie on the bed and the two just sleeping very peacefully, and I didn't want to disturb that, you know?
Yeah. It's, again, level of intensity.
Yeah. My dogs don't like it when they're disturbed when we're sleeping on the bed. So, there you have it. Oh, Liam's here.
Hello! General Wellington, what are your orders?
I think now that this reserve are pretty decent position, I'm actually gonna get myself back up to Waterloo, the town, and back up to HQ. to see how things are connecting now. What I believe are the final throes of the battle.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So, what is your read on the battle, General Wellington? What do you think? Do you think this is a done deal for you, or what?
I think we've been doing a little bit type of thing, and maybe we've lasted enough now. We're kind of still hoping to turn up fairly soon. I'm guessing we're expecting them in the next turn or two. My perception. I know they're fighting, but yeah, maybe turn or two, or maybe the next hour, they might arrive on the scene. I know that we came off badly in a heavy battle, which was unfortunate, but hopefully our cavalry did enough damage to the French cavalry, being 2 much more effective. That's one of my main concerns, is how to stop the heavy cavalry. Rallied strong, and then the other one is how big and how deep is moving down the centre at St John. There, I believe we've the French coming in from the southeast. We're in the process of doing that. So that's my perception of it. I think second swinging in, connecting the enemy's western flank. I think we're kind of holding them here in the middle. And yeah, if the Russians get here on time, we've got forces on both flanks, and I think enough depth in defence to just hold the French here. But yeah, all it takes is a few bad dice, I think, and things can unravel.
So
sure.
it sounds like you are thinking of a historical or slightly pro-Anglo-Allied historical outcome.
Yeah, I think we're doing all right. But yeah, my understanding of the second doing is a bit vague. We could be doing badly at Brianna-Lou, but I'm not getting that view of an issue there. I know I've got Picton in reserve here as well, so yeah, I'm feeling confident. When Prince Orange came over here, he was about this as well. So if your main man Eli has some confidence, imbue itself onto yourself. So
yeah, so I've been friends with Achilles for a while now, but he doesn't own a dog, and now that you own a dog, well, I'm afraid that he's going to have to rotate down to second place, and you're back in first, and yeah, that comes with special privileges. So
I imagine so. It always did, Marshall.
It always did. Always did. Alrighty. Well, hey, let's see how it goes. Best of luck to you.
Thanks a lot, Marshall.
Yeah, you got it, guys. Okay. Thank you. Cheers to you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, let's find another channel to duck into. Here we are. And now let's see. Where is that Prince of Orange? The Prince of Orange. I don't know. And now we're in the Prussians. Where did Eli go? Eli is a participant, but I haven't had a chance to talk to him. I don't think everybody made it back from lunch is the problem. Simply because, again, time zones being what they are. And I think what the umpires may be doing is pulling people from the least likely to have an impact sectors of the game and putting them closer to the center where they can get some game time in. I could be wrong about that, but I'm looking through here. I don't see Eli anywhere. Eli is out. Missed Eli. The growl. The gray. All right. Well, who would it be interesting to talk to now? The guard, I think. I think we go and we talk once more with the guard and see. Oh, there's Eli. He's the Prince of Orange. All right, let's pop in. Put those crayons down, Marine.
No.
How you doing, Eli?
What's up, dude?
Not much. I'm trying to find where the heck you are in the battlefield. Let's see here.
I know that has been kind of a mess down there.
Yeah. Let's see. There's Uxbridge. Picton.
Well, I'm where I was right now. I think next turn I'll be down with 3rd Division in my corps. But right now I'm down by Mont Saint Jean with the
okay, Mont Saint Jean
with the guard.
Where? Okay, that is right here. Still can't. Oh, there you are with Cole. All right, there you are. How's it going, man? What's your read on the situation? What do you think?
I don't know. Okay. I think they tried to take us out at Waterloo because there was a big cavalry counterattack. I'm sorry, a flanking maneuver while I was still in the position. Mm-hmm. And then they hit hard along the front and at Hougoumont, and especially Papalet Farm. Yeah. And I was I had to withdraw, so I think they tried to take my division out early, but it didn't pan out. Mm-hmm. And personally, because I haven't seen much anything else, because 2 corps, as far as I know, is coming in on the flank of the enemy that are to my front right now. Mm-hmm. Is as far as I know. Mm-hmm. I know 4th Division down there is having some good success. I hope so, anyway, because last I heard he was going to attack down there. Overall, I think they thought they could take me out pretty easy, or at least hold us in place or something, because they came at me pretty aggressive. I think they wanted to take me out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So how did you escape that? How did you prevent that?
Well, as soon as my 2nd Division had been routed, mm-hmm. which I'm not really sure how it happened, but I basically at that point I just ordered a whole friggin' withdrawal back to Mont Saint Jean where I can hold a new line, because I knew 2 corps was coming in, so it was more a tactical withdrawal than anything else.
Yeah. Well, you'll be happy to hear this, Eli. You know, last weekend we talked about withdrawing under fire and such, and mm-hmm. I have seen at least one player do so quite competently, and that player cited our episode as inspiration for his intelligent maneuvering. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah, right? Someone actually listened to you and took your advice to heart.
Someone listened to the advice.
Yeah. Unusual, very unusual, but I thought you'd enjoy hearing that. So,
thanks,
all right.
Sam. Well, man, my read right now is that I think, like, overall, they tried to either take us out here or hold us down while they attacked the Prussians, is what I think happened.
Yeah. What about the Imperial Guard? Have you seen those guys?
I don't know if it was the Imperial Guard. 3rd Division, Alton was telling me earlier that he thought he saw some guard units south of Hougoumont early on in the fight. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think that might have been maybe the Young Guard, not the Imperial Guard. Mm-hmm. But it was a guard unit, or at least it looked like one. So there was some good troops that came at me down here.
All right.
I think they went after the Prussians, is personally what I think.
All right. Well, we'll see how this pans out. Good luck to you. There's just a little bit more time to go, and we will see if you are victorious or not at the end of the day. Eli, it was good talking to you, man.
Yeah, for sure, buddy. Be talking to y'all later.
All right, and hello to Hannibal, who's here but quiet.
Well, he doesn't have a mic. He's we've been talking by text. He's my chief of staff.
Sure, awesome, absolutely outstanding. All right, good looking out and bringing them in. All right, thank you. We'll catch you soon.
Hi, buddy. See you.
All right, there we are. We need to talk to the French Guard now. French Guard. The French Guard, right here. Here we are. All right. This is the French cavalry. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. And it depends on what you're asking. Like how my troops are doing.
Yes, yes. How are your troops doing?
Mixed results, but generally okay. Generally, we're pushing through.
Well, good. That's good to hear. You need some good news. So, outstanding. Has it been a fun day today?
Yes. It's been really interesting.
How late is it where you are? How late?
It's 11:30 p.m.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's commitment right there. All right. Well, thank you for playing. Hang in there. Continue to have a great time, and we'll see you soon.
You.
Okay? All right.
Pry them apart in one direction. Old guard can pry them apart in the other. Hey, Marshall.
So basically, I'm charging down those heights that are, let me get my east and west correct. That are west of La Belle Alliance and
No. You're charging heights east of La Belle. No, sorry. Yes, west of La Belle.
West of La Belle Alliance and east of the farmhouse. Yeah.
Yes,
so along that. So basically, along that road.
Yeah, and you will pin down whatever is there in order to allow the young guard to make their last attack.
Okay.
And Grushi's here, and he's not speaking.
I know.
He's getting water.
He's here.
Did you say hi to Napoleon as you rode past?
Oh, yeah. He wasn't angry at me this time.
You probably just missed. Wow. So the
Can
guard
wasn't. Wow.
The
You
guard.
gotta do that.
The guard is committed. What do you guys think? You think it's going to go down like historic Waterloo, or do you think you got this one in the bag?
Absolutely not.
Let me tell you, we are going
to
to
go down like historic Waterloo where the French won,
and then on to Brussels.
Wow. Okay, so you've been ordered to march to Brussels, huh? Don't stop until a sign says Brussels or something. I don't know. Welcome to Brussels, population, whatever.
We've been ordered to punch through the Allied lines through a hole in the Allied lines at the farmhouse and roll up their lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
From the side.
The plan as of now is for the old guard to keep one side of our attack steady. The young guard will take the farmhouse itself, and the cavalry will first pin down the troops east of Hougoumont, and then afterwards will kind of help us exploit the breakthrough and roll up the line.
Mm-hmm.
And I and from the sound of it, Grushi as well, intend to lead the attacks in person.
Wow!
Everyone's going to be leading the attacks in person. It's over. We have to do this. If I die and we lose, then at least I won't get blamed.
Yeah, I mean, if you die, it's a win for everyone. Zindos.
Thank you.
Yeah,
get out.
You know,
get out of here. Get out of here.
That is my secret. That is my secret objective. I actually have a secret victory condition.
Oh
which
Lord!
has nothing to do with
We're
the
going
team.
to use the attack as well, you fool.
Every secret.
That's what they.
Every secret win condition card that was dealt out to players prior to the game was kill Zindos. So they're all the same. But don't tell anybody your secret objective. Oh no!
I mean, you remember that artillery. You remember that artillery I sent west? The actual objective, the secret objective of that artillery was to find Grushi and just blast him with grape shot.
Right.
You were ordered by Napoleon. Anyways,
yeah, you guys are organizing.
I'm having a good time going back and watching this stream.
Yeah, this is a gorgeous looking attack that I see shaping up here. Like, it's pretty.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, which is really more important. It's like rich people. It's not so much about the flavor, but the plate presentation matters a lot.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I'm getting nervous now.
So yeah, I mean, this is actually one of those Kriegsspiel moments where I wish I could get a soundtrack going, and play the 18th.
Oh, I am playing something right now.
No, we can't put live music on the YouTube because then we'll get a copyright takedown. So we don't want music, but that's okay. I can sing for you. You might not want to hear me sing.
No, sing.
I can't really carry a tune in the bucket. Let's see.
Is Rise of the Valkyries copyrighted? That's an old song.
It's probably out of copyright.
It has to be,
I
right?
just got a screenshot. Looks like we're almost about ready to launch our attack. Obviously the Young Guard has to form up first, but everyone else looks like they're almost ready.
Slightly east of.
Oh, that doesn't look ideal.
Still in column.
Oh, okay. So Young Guard, you will form up. You'll basically form up next to me, and your job is going to be to sweep the farmhouse. Yeah.
Can I charge those disrupted units that are to the east we can see that are to the east of the farmhouse? That are destroying our cavalry?
Yeah, why don't you actually do that? Force them into square, and then if they get into square, my artillery will just tear them apart.
Okay.
And Young Guard, try and form up as fast as you can, because we want to be able to attack soon. The longer we give them to redeploy reserves here, the worse it's going to be for us.
We have to attack now.
We have to attack when we're ready.
Okay, you got an umpire in here.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi guys. Hi. So I've got
You
your
need to do it.
I've got your 1420 updates posted in your channels.
Okay.
Yep.
Text channels.
All right. I am going to move personally a little bit to the west so that I can get a better look at Hougemont. Young Guard, form up. I'll leave it up to you how you want to form, but your objective will be to sweep the farmhouse.
Yeah, I'll just send a screenshot of what I'm thinking.
And if I find any dust in the corners of that farmhouse, you didn't sweep it properly, you're going to come back and do it again.
Oh, no. We're not sweeping. We're destroying it. There will be no Hougemont.
I'm sorry, but the order said sweep. So get the dustpan. I want it spick and span in there.
Umpire, are you ready for this?
Yeah, I just want to say, though, I know you gave the orders for your artillery to get set up. It is set up, and it'll fire.
I would like my artillery to focus on the infantry that I see there to the east of the farmhouse.
Okay. No problem.
Bad news.
It's time for the charge of the Light Brigade.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. No, I mean, we've got actual bad news.
Oh, no, what?
Oh, okay. Should I just read the dispatch for you?
Yeah, just read it.
Okay. This is from a General of Division, Passage. He's the 1st Corps, 2nd Division. This came in at 2 p.m. He begins, "Greetings. My unit, and essentially the entirety of 1st Corps, are wiped out. Are you in touch with Kellerman on the right flank at all, perchance? Any word on their objective would be helpful. He and I have had a conference, and I've been attempting to get in touch with him. Keep me in the loop, and God willing, my next dispatch will come at some point. This does not look good."
Death ride.
Oh, it's time for the death ride. Do you want?
Okay, just go forward. It's over. We're gonna.
By the way,
anyways.
By the way, sorry. Duhesme, you were not here when we said this, but this final attack that is going to totally be successful and not at all a suicide mission, we are leading it in person. We commanders.
Of course. No other way about it.
Yeah. Behind after the first artillery barrage, I'm gonna lead the cavalry along that right, basically straight forward along that right flank to relieve the cavalry that's been repelled in front of us.
This is bad. This is
real. Okay.
But we
Sorry, my
tracks.
Hey, so I just want to work through the orders here, guys, because just want to make
Yeah.
sure everything's clear. So the old guard that's actually moved into the other sector, so I don't have control. I'm not taking orders on that right now. So So I guess I'll start with the cavalry.
Charge. We're charging the infantry that right now is firing on our cavalry.
Yep. To the east of the farmhouse, right?
Yeah. Basically, we're trying to break through to the east of the farmhouse. I'm sending the whole division full send,
and
I'm leading that in person.
At the same time, remember, my artillery is going to bombard those infantry before the cavalry gets there. Once the cavalry is there, the artillery will switch to Hougoumont itself.
Yeah.
It's over.
Because you're firing shell, presumably. No, this is gonna work, okay?
All right. So, okay, got it. You're going to try to coordinate fire, then charge. What about the young guard?
I sent you a screenshot in my channel of what I was thinking.
All right, thank you.
Basically, 6 of the battalions are forming up in a main push, and then I'm holding 2 slightly in reserve like that. And we'll form up like that, and hopefully next turn I can then launch the assault.
Well, is there any way you could try to get the old guard in here with us at all? Because they really should be here for this. You can't have a final death ride of the Imperial Guard without the old guard.
I gotta check with the umpire on that to see if. I mean, you guys are close, but it's getting.
It's 15,000 men during the final attack.
All right, let's go.
My cavalry division is going to be the difference. We're going to roll up the entire Allied lines.
To save the day. Your line.
We're going to Brussels.
He thought he could. It's just like Lee at the 3rd day of Gettysburg. He thought he could split the line, and Longstreet was like,
and he was successful. It's just like Lee. He was successful, and we will be successful as well.
Yeah, with 15,000 men.
I mean,
if only Longstreet could appear out of nowhere and be like, I've been a soldier all my life, and I can tell you this, no 15,000 men could ever take that bridge.
Dear umpire, you are not obliged to listen to our nonsense. I think, have we all given our orders?
Of the young guard.
I have written this all down meticulously. And it was carried out to the last letter.
Oh, fuck.
My men will also be singing about onions.
Yes.
That needs to be clear.
My batteries are going to start singing Poison's Gloria for no reason at all but to confuse the enemy.
I'm going to start humming La Victoire est à nous.
Okay.
I'm going to follow.
All right.
Drew.
So, your young guards forming up southeast of that farm. Horse artillery is ready to go. Fire on the enemy to the north, and then the cavalry is ready for a full-out charge after the artillery assault.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. That should be supported by the artillery. Yeah. Because the artillery should fire shell, right? They should probably be able to fire shell over us, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I will get that order relayed here, and I will come back as soon
And if
as
at all possible, it would be great if we could include the old guard in our death ride.
Yeah, I gotta check. I gotta check on that.
All right.
Let me check in that. I gotta jump over to a different sector. Let me
You
check
keep
on
calling it a death ride, but I think we could. I think there's a small chance we can turn this around.
Oh yeah, I mean the Prussians are breaking through everywhere. All I keep hearing is that the Prussians have broken that core, Prussians have broken the other core, but we've got.
Look, all I'm saying is Kriegsspiel players tend to over-exaggerate. They get one unit disrupted and say that the entire.
Wait! It's time for the final speech. All right, Marshall, you ready for this?
I'm ready for it. Go for it, Zindos.
All right, listen, guys. This morning, we were all laughs, saying that Peter's just going to get routed off their field, that Second Corps is going to die, but they're going to accomplish their mission. Well, regardless of what laughs we had this morning, This is the final thing, the final attack. What we do right now, the next turn will decide whether we enter into history as as the winners of Grand Waterloo or the losers of Grand. That's what you need to keep in mind. If shut up. If this attack fails, you're all gonna die.
So I checked with the umpire over at A. So if you guys want to send a dispatch, that's fine. It'll get there and get back pretty fast, but not going to be like a co-location type thing.
All right, I'll send.
We'll get them over here.
I'll get them over as soon as possible.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Cool. Thank you.
All right. Well.
Thanks, boys.
Oh boy, this is gonna.
It sounds like it's time for me to sing a song that you would hear from the distance, and it goes.
It's Hercules.
Now some did bow to Caesar, to Napoleon some did yield. From Huns and Danes and Cossacks have defenders fled the field. But we can boast brave heroes, no man has called up fear. With the tow, row, 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 we're the British Grenadiers. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good song to hear or not, but
Yeah, it means I've got British Grenadiers to cut down.
Guys, clap.
Yeah. Slow clap there. Slow clap. All right, guys, that was my singing. You probably wish you were deaf, but unfortunately you had to hear all of
You will
it.
be dead very soon.
Yeah, you'll be dead pretty soon anyway. All right. Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
And as for actual practical orders, if you do manage to break through part of the line, do try to roll up what you can. We're not actually going to have like a...
Oh, man. Hey, Sheeter. Oh, boy. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Liam. Mike's here. He's quiet, though. He might be working on something.
Okay.
The whole live stream is now just focused on this. It looks like everything else is just a mess. Just a mess of blocks and disruption
Everything
markers.
is a mess.
And dice. But, you know, that's actually very typical. It looks like... Oh, Lord. The British are starting to envelop the French left a little, but I don't know what condition they're in. It looks like they got some units that are fresh enough to punch through or ride around. I don't know how that cavalry's going. You can tell people are getting tired. The blocks are not neatly arranged any longer. They're just kind of in stacks now. And well, I think folks are running out of steam. So, but
I think the battle's running out of steam. It's basically resolved. The French can't win.
Well, I think it comes down to the guard, and the thing is the guard, you have to give them their roles. That's the problem. And what I would almost do if I were Blazer, I would shut down everything but this final attack and resolve the final attack with everybody. Maybe.
Yeah, I just because the French First Division, First Corps is utterly exhausted and in full retreat.
Yeah.
British are advancing after it. They had one of their division commanders die in a delay cavalry charge against the British 3rd Division.
Yeah. So
that would be me.
Yeah. So, and it looks like the British see it coming. They're trying to...
of our dead divisional commander, he just joined the channel.
Yeah, they're trying to sort their line out or, form some kind of an organized line. And I think they'll accomplish that. The question is really, can the guard punch through? They want to fire their artillery, I was hearing, and then they want to charge their cavalry. The problem is cavalry will mask the artillery, but, you might give them a shot. I
mean, like, they could have their shot, but even if they break the British center, the rest of the French army, the French left is getting split to pieces and is going to have to withdraw so it can survive. The French right is getting the arrival of the Prussians.
Yeah, I
and
think
most of it is exhausted.
Yeah, I
the
think
guard is the only fresh thing they've got, and even if it breaks the British center, there's not going to be an army behind them to exploit it.
Yeah, I have to agree with your calculus. But I would say that for the sake of fun and games, you got to roll the center.
Yes, let the guard attack.
Yeah, you got to let him attack.
Yeah.
So let's see what Blazer thinks when he comes around. You guys are going to resolve this on your own, though, right? Who's the master umpire in this sector?
Liam.
Liam.
I'm the head. Also,
right.
Cone, is this the
Oh.
British chasing the French?
What? Yes, they are chasing the French.
Okay, so we'll roll for that.
Yes.
Have better QR. French are disrupted. French are trying to withdraw and exhausted. Advantage to the British.
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey, Marshall.
Hey. Well, where did Carter go? He bounced out as soon as I popped in. Oh, there he is. He's probably like, nah, I'm out.
Yeah, we're sending a dispatch to First Corps Cavalry.
Yeah. And
So he was fading in and out, so he needed to pop out and come back in.
Yep, I'm back.
All right. So, Achilles, how do you like fishing? Have you ever tried fishing, or how about golf? How about golf? Do you like golf? Because
I enjoy fishing. I haven't played golf in many, many years.
yeah, well, I mean, if you have some clubs, have you thought about taking them out? You know, something to do on a Saturday. You know, your Saturday's going forward.
Not really. No.
Not really,
No.
because I mean, maybe go fishing or boating. You live like I do. You live at the beach. You could go kayaking or boating, maybe.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've been sailing since I was 9 years old.
Ooh, I would love to go out on a sailboat. You have a sailboat?
We do not. I'm part of the sailboat club here, though, and so you can just take one out. You know, they have a few boats, and you can just take them out. It's our intent to eventually buy a boat, but we just haven't gotten around to it.
Wow, I can't believe I'm schlepping with the pores, everybody. You don't even have one yacht?
No, unfortunately, not yet. We're working on it.
Not even one yacht. I mean,
Not
here we
even
are.
one.
Here we are thinking of what we want to do for our third, and you don't even have one. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who he is.
I know. One day you'll teach me your secret to great wealth and success.
Well, let me tell you, it's one word: mugs. IKS mugs. The Etsy store called Craig's Depot. Go there and buy mugs because I need that yacht.
There you go.
Sorry, Napoleon, but we don't take credit. Come back to me when you're more victorious.
Yeah.
Oh, Dog pilot, what are you doing here, dude?
Reasons.
Reasons.
I'm now following Marshall around.
Oh, you're following. What? Did you get killed or something?
I saw green fields.
He is a
Okay,
he is a
all
specter upon the battlefield.
Wow.
Yeah, it happens.
Remember that if you find yourself wandering in the fields of Elysium, you are already dead and there is nothing to fear.
That's right. Well, just think of it this way: you've become one of the honored dead.
There's nothing to worry about. You should never worry, right? What's the worst that could happen? If you're well, there's nothing to worry about. The worst that could happen is you get sick. But don't worry, because the worst that could happen if you get sick is, well, you get better, you had nothing to worry about, or you die. And if you die, you still don't have anything to worry about because, you go to heaven, right? Nothing to worry about. And if you don't go to heaven, you go to hell. You'll be so busy shaking hands with all your friends that you won't have anything to worry about. You won't have time to worry.
Probably plenty of IKS players in there.
Oh, there will be. There will be, I'm afraid. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, I was just going to see if you were interested in a different hobby.
You think I should take up a different hobby now?
Yeah, geez.
I heard some.
I don't want to. Yeah, I should say spoiler alert before I make these comments, but
yeah, you should. Yeah.
Yeah, spoiler alert. You're gonna need a new hobby.
Yeah, well.
You know, you could give tours on your island. You know, people will go there someday and try to have a tour. I actually don't know. I imagine St. Helena is so damn remote, nobody goes there. But what do I know? It could probably be like some rare, exotic, rich Carter kind of person destination to go take a tour.
No, hey, wait a minute. What the heck kind of shade is that?
Well, Mr. Saipan, and now he went to Turkey, and now he's in Oxford. I don't know where you are, man. You're bouncing all over the globe, which I actually think is pretty epic. My daughter's done likewise. My daughter's been all over the place, but not for academic reasons, just because she just likes to travel. But yeah, you've been to some pretty cool places, and I actually think it's awesome. But yeah, if anybody's going to go to St. Helena, out of all the people I know, it's going to be you, Carter. So.
That is even that's even a bit much for me.
Too remote. But yeah, I don't know. I bet you there's somebody who goes there, but wherever they house Napoleon, for all I know, it's not even standing anymore. But
no, I looked it up. It's still there. You can visit it.
Wow. Okay. See,
you're already planning to visit
the house.
Well,
no.
Somebody's got to keep Achilles company.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know how it's going to shape up. You're going for broke here in the center. I think I know how it's. I do have a prediction made. But yeah, you are definitely rolling the dice for the last time here. And we'll see if it comes up snake eyes, you know. Is this the come out roll? As long as it's not a 7, right? You know. So, well, actually, no. The come out roll you lose on a 7 or an 11, don't you? In craps, you guys don't play craps. Okay. It's been a minute since I played.
Yes.
Yeah.
We got a message coming in from Nay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I see it.
Oh Lord. Oh, that's Nay. That's James. All right, let's read it. Can you guys read it?
First Corps is broken and reforming at Papelot. I am including a copy of this dispatch from Girard. Contact with the Prussians has been made. Fourth Corps is pretty fresh still and can hopefully hold them at bay. So that's not necessarily news that we didn't already know. Just that First Corps is now officially no longer in fighting shape.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of Prussians, apparently. A really large number of Prussians.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot more than I thought they would have, to be honest. But yeah, well, c'est la vie.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guard needs to succeed.
Yeah, really. That goes without saying, right? That's the arm of decision. And if they don't win, then that's the decision, isn't it? They are still the arm of decision, no matter what.
If they fail, yeah, it's over. But I don't know. Well, I don't know, because Fourth Corps is still fresh, and we have already, I mean, if we have Mont Saint Jean, I'm not sure what the situation there is. We'll have the road to Brussels there. You got the Prussians to the north of us and to the northeast. We have another cavalry corps coming in over there. Then you got the Guard, and then you've got the Third Corps, and Fourth Corps is still relatively fresh. So there's still a lot of fighting power there. But yeah, the guard needs to penetrate that area, and if they can, I keep thinking, okay, if that's our situation there, they have the Anglo forces in that area have to be bled down really bad. They can't have much left. If they did, then basically the Allies, the Prussians and the Anglo forces were more than twice our size, and so it's like, okay, well then, what are we doing? But yeah, they can't have too much more left over there, and if we can break through there, I think the British force will be wrecked. Then we'll see what happens.
Yeah. As long as we can, we've got a lot of cavalry fighting power over in the east, so I'm confident that even if the Prussians are going to eventually break through there, that we'll have enough time for the guard to hit the center, and I think the British are pretty much out of gas.
Yeah.
I don't think they have anything left in the tank.
If we're right, the end state could be something along the lines of the British are bled out and they're retreating off to the basically what would be the northwest, and the French army could essentially then send something to pursue and turn against the Prussians, and we would hold. We could then easily open the road to Brussels as well. So that's entirely possible. But it's going to come down to that. It's going to come down to what happens with the guard, and whether or not Fourth Corps and the cavalry up there can hold off the advancing Prussians. So
yeah, okay. Well, all right.
Yeah, I haven't given up hope yet.
Oh no! I think we're winning, but I think that the losses on both sides have been quite heavy. Particularly the only formation of ours that has really suffered heavy losses is First Corps, and they were supposed to. They were the lead of the assault, so that they took heavy loss, that doesn't surprise me. It's what happens now with Fourth Corps, First Cav, and the Guard, and whether or not Third Corps can assist the Guard over there as well. It's what happens with that's going to really decide it, in my opinion. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the map looks like, so I'm just guessing by what
it's
information
big
I have.
and it's brown and it's got some green on it. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see how that turns out. But I will say this: if you look at the start map, and you see where the Anglo-Allied line was when we started this thing. Probably roughly along a line from Papelole, Saint-Huguemont over to that area south of Braine-l'Alleud or whatever it is. It was essentially along that line, and now you look at it now. Okay, we have bent that left all the way to Mont Saint Jean.
Yeah.
And except for the, apparently infinite amount of Prussians that keep pouring out of the northeast and east, we're holding them off. But we bent the British line all the way over, and now it's just about breaking it.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Well, all I want to say is, you feel that you are winning, and I want to confirm to you, sir, that you are all winners. Just by showing up here today, you are winners. You are lapping the people who are still in bed. You know,
Mhm.
you are killing it, man. So I want you to feel real good about yourself. You will get a certificate for your participation. And,
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, good luck, guys. We'll see how it pans out.
All right.
All
We'll
right,
see
you
what
got it.
happens.
All right.
Bye.
Okay, everybody. Let's see here. Let's go
you're-
down. Yeah, let's talk to some
You're
winners
still here,
now.
Marshall.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
All right, had to give him a hard time.
Yes, it's cook.
Eli's here. Eli, you got your skirmishers out. Now, well, you had your skirmishers out, but you put skirmishers out. What was your logic? Why'd you put skirmishers out there?
Where at?
Well, I'm asking the Prince of Orange. Did he order that, or did someone else order that? That's an Eli tactic.
Sorry, are you asking? This is my division.
Ah, so you ordered the skirmishers out.
Yeah, skirmishers out in front of the more beleaguered and run-down infantry. Yeah, because I've been told that the young guard are approaching. You know, bells and whistles and all that kind of shit. So I've ordered my cannon to be put into line, everybody else to be in the line to connect from Cook's division to my left to Hougemont to the right. But I want the skirmishers, who are still relatively fresh despite the conflict that they've seen, to be out in front with their rifles and their greater marksmen to try and pick off as many of the enemy as possible before they come into contact with my line.
Smart Daddy. Do it. Do it, son.
Do it. If you were asking what the logic was behind it.
Well, and it appears too that Alton here has captured, which is a general who is most likely Montcalm.
Yes, I managed to capture a general.
Wow.
Yes.
He actually killed him.
Oh, just straight up dead. All right, cool. I mean, good enough.
Why are you cock teasing me this way, Cone? I heard medals. I heard a position at Whitehall in my future.
All right, gentlemen. Well, good luck. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much, Marshall.
You got it. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. All right. Okay, let's move up here to, let's poke in here. Actually, here's an empty channel. There we are. Let's poke into, just hear what the umpires are saying in the Prussian channel real quick.
Try to stem the tide of whatever's happening here. Would you agree?
Yeah, well, they can be, maybe they didn't arrive in time, but there was a faint charge that these guys don't follow anyway, so they were the, maybe they made it so that...
They pussied out?
Yeah, the Russians pushed it out. Also, Pajol was leading the charge, so shout out to him.
All right.
Guard.
All right, here's where the guard attack is taking place. I have to be quiet so the umpires can resolve, but it looks...
They already did. The British line disintegrated.
Yeah, I saw that roll. They rolled a 1. So
Yes.
even though they were in squares, which made them advantage, they rolled a 1, and, well, what do you do then?
Yes.
Oh, Blazer, I'm glad. Better you than me, bro. Better you than me, which is what I said back in January when we came up with this. Better you than me.
And then that is the first French line. And the second is waiting right behind it.
Yeah. So,
ready to exploit it in the coming turn.
There you go. Yeah, Blazer is muted, and I don't even think he can hear me, which is probably good. Oh, there he is.
While the young guard advances.
So, Blazer, you should hear when I was talking smack about you, I said, better you than me. And that's what I said back in January when I said, I know, let's let Blazer do it. It's like, I know, let's let Toonces drive. Toonces is the driving cat. If you've ever seen that sketch on Saturday Night Live. But anyway, what I mean by that, though, is that your position is unenviable. You have a tough situation here. Had the French attack crumpled against the thin red line there at Hougemont, then I think this would have been very easy to call. But now the French have shattered that line and are pouring through, but they're losing everywhere else, as far as I can tell.
More or less, they're holding in some places against the Prussians, but yeah, they've just committed their last fresh non-guard division up in the north here against the British.
I see it.
So they're pretty much completely fresh. But I mean, they have literally no reserves apart from the guard, and they're about to not be a reserve anymore. I don't know how things are going down by Lillois.
It looks mixed, but the British have cavalry. Well, they've surrounded the French, but yeah, it's one of those muddy messes that just makes you not want to umpire anymore. It's just such a mess. It makes you want to found an entire online community so somebody else can put up with it and you never have to do it again.
For my 2 cents, I would argue that given the strategic overall situation, it is a French defeat. Breaking the British line opens up enough of a gap, and through the havoc they can cause, relieves enough pressure that the French army can retreat intact. Is what I would say.
That's possible, but the French can't get a draw here. They need a win. Like,
I know. Which is why I say strategic situation, the French lose.
What's Achilles thinking right now? Do you know, Marshall?
He thinks he's winning. He thinks he's winning.
Okay.
Yeah, I talked to him just 5 minutes ago.
Well, I mean, these units could be recommitted. They've sort of rallied, but I mean, they went into combat and then were routed, so they're not going to be great. But I mean, if they just need something to hold the line, they might work. So,
I'd like to hear what Peter, who is Wellington, would do if seeing this. I mean, here's the deal, right? If your center starts fleeing from the battlefield and they're being pursued by French cavalry, does contagion begin? Do other British units on the flanks begin to say, "Oh, wait, something bad has happened. Here comes the guard behind the guard cav. We're out." You know?
Yeah.
And that's the argument that I think Achilles could make. That no, actually, I think I'm winning here. Look, we're flipping quarters over here. We're flipping coins. I guess we don't roll the dice anymore to resolve.
Blazer, are you doing perch 1?
Is Sector B nearly done in general here?
Yeah, we were. Yeah, Sector B's ready.
Except for this, which crosses Sector C. I mean, that's tiny.
Holy cow! I mean, sorry. I didn't think I would be saying this, but we don't have Mark tapping his watch, waiting to play Sails of Glory, Marshall.
You're right. Yeah. Well, you know, this is a classic problem for elite umpire is when do you call the game? Because usually you call it before it reaches the bitter end, and there's a lot of good reasons for doing that. But at the same time, it still feels inconclusive, and it really comes down to what do the rules say about like morale contagion. Because I think that the French attack up the center, breaking the British center, is potentially decisive if morale contagion occurs in the British fleet.
Right. or just the way that they react to it.
And that's why, you know...
Players react.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Are the players, we're out of here. But the thing is, because we're playing a game, ultimately we're playing a game, and the players have a game-playing mindset, no player is going to say, get out of Dodge. We're retreating to save the army to fight another day. Players don't do that. Eli, actually, who I was just speaking to before this happened, he is the one player who would do that, and, well, he's retreating. But I don't know about any of the other players. So I think the umpires have to objectively or randomly kind of determine this by throwing a die, or what do you think the men would do?
I don't know the situation on the right board, but is the entire Prussian army making its way west?
No, I don't think so. I think they have a substantial amount of force on the right. I could load it in and display it if you want to have a look at it. But I also think they have significant forces coming in the north.
Yeah, they do.
They're just a little late to. They're like a minute late to the party, but they are coming in. So
I just think it's going to take probably, if there is a morale contagion, it's probably going to take like 40 minutes to an hour for it to actually hit the entire British left.
Mm-hmm.
And by that time, I think, given the fact that these are the British Guard, are
yeah,
on
they
the right
won't.
side
Yeah,
of the break,
I would almost never
I would
route a
say
guard
they're
unit
able-
like that. Yeah.
I would say they're able to turn and face
Yeah. Yep.
the flank, and I think that everything right of the center holds, and with the Prussians coming in, I don't think the French have the weight anymore to win, especially as a bunch of these Prussian troops are all fresh.
Yeah, and I think that's a good argument there. You've got. I'm looking here at the First Corps, First Division, the Scots Guard, and the Foot Guards, and these guys are. Those guys would not run. I don't think they would suffer morale contagion. So even though this is happening, especially if they're not under pressure, if they're not under direct pressure from French forces, they would turn.
The French in
they
front
would
of them
turn.
are in full retreat.
Yeah.
These French are in full retreat, and I think these guys are just holding ground.
Yeah.
I think that's all they're doing.
This is tough, because as an umpire, you're under pressure to call it after it's gone 8 hours. But at the same time, it feels a little unresolved, and you want to be fair to both teams. It is a tough one. Do you call it here? Do you run it another 1 or 2 turns? What do you do? What routes, what runs? I think here the British right, the 4th Division, would be ripe for a morale check, at least, to determine contagion.
I just don't think the umpires and players have another 2 turns in them.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
The battles hit the point where, like, this turn was what we wanted to run to see how it went.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
the thing is, every turn after this for the next, like, hour and a half is going to be just as impactful as this one.
Yeah.
Because everything is now in flux.
Yeah.
I would say, because of how it's been played, we just leave it in flux, because then, I mean, it's unfortunate that now, like, everyone can argue, oh, we won Grand Waterloo. We'd rather have a solid thing, but I just don't think we have the time and energy left in everybody to run to actual resolution. And personally, in my opinion, I think the French are able to drive off a good part of the British army. I just don't think they have the reserves and the men to face the fresh Prussian army. I think they they drive off a bunch of the British and then are able to withdraw in good order, but they are not able to completely win the day.
Yeah, another alternative that I would throw out there is you basically halt everything on every other sector except maybe in Sector B or something. Whatever you think is decisive, but the rest of the game is basically stopped, and we just focus our
Wants
attention.
us to run 1500.
Yeah.
Everybody run to 1500.
All right, there you go. So, and then I would just zero in on whatever we think is the decisive point.
All right, so I'm going to give them the 1500 update. They're going to be fucking over the moon.
Yep.
Yep.
1500, roll it out.
All right, let's do it. Let's go down here to, where's the French Guard? Quick, find the French Guard. Here it is. All right, we're here.
Really matter.
Hello.
Hello.
Gentlemen.
Hello. It's over. It's over.
We have
It's over.
Rushi, please be quiet. It's not over yet.
Yeah, let me start dropping in your picture, screenshot.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how far we can get with this.
Yeah, I want a body count. How many Brits have fallen?
Okay, so we haven't. Oh my God, that cavalry attack!
Wait, what?
I haven't seen anything.
I don't
yet.
see it. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Did I do it?
Stop.
Hang on.
Let
He's going to tell you what the British cavalry did to you, but just wait.
Oh my God, we did it!
Yep,
Yeah.
we're not through the woods yet, guys. Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Now where's Grouchy hanging out? I gotta get. He's
still
hanging
here.
out here
He's
too.
here.
Yep, I know. I
He's
just
here,
gotta
he's
get
here.
him to.
I
Yeah.
love how
All right.
all
There we
three
go.
of
So
us look
everybody's got the screenshot. So the cavalry charge was a complete success. The British attempted to form square. They failed, and they have been routed and retreating. The first line of cavalry was the one to deal that blow. The second line of cavalry is still, ready to go. So
this disrupted.
I can see Eli.
All right, guys.
And they chase down.
That's Eli. That's Eli. That's Eli.
Guys.
So-
like I said, let's stay organized.
yeah, all right. So now with the young guard that was moving on the farmhouse, the coordinate. I understood what you wanted to do with the coordination, but just with the number of men and horses and equipment on the field, you weren't able to get off both attacks this turn.
Yeah.
But your formation is headed towards the farmhouse. Your artillery is getting ready to, get ready to fire. So
Perfectly fine. All right, so young guard, we are
Hmm?
going to continue our attack. Cavalry, I can't see what's in front of you right now, but whatever it is, I want you to run it down. So
Okay.
continue pushing. Like I said, right now we are outnumbered and outgunned, but so initiative is all we have.
Okay. I have two questions. What is just didn't mean exactly? Like capable of chasing down route.
Can you say that again?
All right, back here at headquarters with Napoleon and his aide de camp Carter. How's it going, guys?
Well, I think we're getting pretty close to the decision point here. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. It's like on a knife's edge. So we're just kind of waiting for information. But like,
honestly, the decision
think
point.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the decision point is happening right now, and we're not going to find out about it for another few turns or on the debrief, right? Like, I think that's. I think the guard is probably being committed right about now, or is in combat, and I think First Cavalry Corps is either in combat right now or never will be. And those are the two things we're kind of waiting for developments on. So
yeah,
all right,
that's really what we're waiting for.
Forget about it.
Forget about
have
it.
something to eat. have something to
a little, add some rigatoni. Hey,
Yeah, there you
make
go.
some good
Hey.
stuff.
Yeah.
Gabagool. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we get First Cav. I just don't know where they are at the moment. Haven't heard anything from them.
Usually a
But if
great
they're-
sign.
Yeah, I know. But they wouldn't necessarily need to dispatch to me. They could be dispatching to James. So if they were going where they had been ordered to go, they should be in contact with, or soon to be in contact with, the Prussians on the eastern end of the map. And if that's the case, I will say that if we're able to hold the Prussians off and break the British line, that and at this point we hold Mont Saint Jean. Yeah, I think I can make a really good argument that we win this. If those things fail, obviously, if we're not able to hold the Prussians long enough with Fourth Corps and the two Cavalry Corps, or the Guard fails to break the British, then it's much more in the air. You could argue either way, I think.
Well, no. You're not talking like a Kriegsspiel. You can still argue that you can still win it. You just need one more turn. One more
that could
turn.
be. Yeah, at that point, I think, I would start to wonder how much time would start to work against us. But to be honest, like I said the last time you were here, we've already way over accomplished what Napoleon was able to do at Waterloo. We've reached targets that he couldn't. He never even got close to. We broke the Anglo-Allied line, which he never was able to do. And if we're able to hold those gains, and we've wrecked the British as bad as I think we've wrecked the British, then yeah, I think you can easily make the argument that the French come out with a win here. But it wouldn't be as decisive as what I wanted, if that's the case. If we break the British line, however, and they're basically running off to the northwest or whatever, and we hold Mont Saint Jean, then I think this is a decisive win. I don't think you can argue differently. But
so what I hear you saying, Achilles, is you're actually better than Napoleon then.
Clearly.
Clearly.
I am better than Napoleon. There's no doubt about it. It's, I took lessons from Joaquin Phoenix, so
right.
I'm a better Napoleon than Joaquin Phoenix. Damn it.
Well, all right.
However, I still bow and genuflect to Rod Steiger, who is truly the best Napoleon on film.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, good job. All right. Well, thank you, Achilles. Good luck, gentlemen. We'll see how this pans out for you.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it goes. So,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. One thing I will say, I think no matter how this turns out, regardless, and no matter how it turns out, I feel like, at least Carter and I, from where we're sitting, that the game has gone really well. And
well, yeah,
and
from
I
where
think
you're sitting like 2 miles in the rear. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, sure. The game has gone great from where we are, and I think everybody had the opportunity to do something, and that's great. I wanted to make sure that all of my people got engaged before this thing could be ended.
Yeah, you're all winners.
And yeah, I think they all got to do something. They all had some fun, and that was really what it's all about anyway. So.
Right. It's about the friends you make along the way, as Napoleon said following Waterloo. That's correct.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I keep that quote above my bed.
Yeah, Napoleon Bonaparte. It isn't about the battles you win or lose, but the friends you make along the way. Say, there you go.
Right.
All right. I need to put that on a mug. All right. All right. Emmanuel asks, why is there a battleship on the map? You're talking about the right map with the Prussians on it. The umpires are probably blowing off some steam. It's late for those guys. They're tired. They're screwing around. But people have worked really, really hard. Umpiring is a lot of work. Should they have little toys? Probably not. But you know what? Big deal. They're having a good time, and you got to keep your sanity and get through it. So there you have it. No harm done. I would fold that side of the battle up myself for sure and just say, all right, we're going to call it there. Everybody come over here and help us resolve on the main map, and we're going to run this attack and this fight here, and based on those two outcomes, we're going to call the whole. But Blazer is in charge, and he's running the whole thing, and he's welcome to do so, and that's okay. And we'll just see how it turns out. I do want to get up there to talk to him. I would also like to check in with Wellington. Where is Wellington? Let's find Peter and check in with him. Let's see. We're still in the French area, down to the British. Here we are. Hello, gentlemen.
Oh, Marshall.
Hey, Marshall.
Hey, how's it going? How's the dog?
Well, if it had come before, you would have heard it. I heard Lizzie having a rather long stream running through the camp.
Oh, boy.
All that kind of thing. So
nice.
Quiet now, so.
All quiet.
to the minor issue of this battle.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're here for Kriegsspiel today. I'm sorry, I almost forgot.
I realised there was a red near Waterloo, so I thought I would stand by it because it kind of looks like an old telephone box from good old England. So it reminded me of home. So I thought I would just stay back here and read a few, try and better understand how the world is at the moment. And it seems okay. But yeah, there's still a concern. There's still this particular group of men called the Old Guard that we're not 100% sure where they are, but apparently they're quite hard French men. So we should maybe make sure that we're ready for those guys.
All right.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sure you're getting tired. I'm getting ready.
Yeah. No, everyone's tired that I've talked to. This game has run pretty long, but to get to a fair resolution, I think they've called one more turn, which they're working on now. And yeah, we're going to see what happens. But yeah, we're real close to the tail end of this. And I'm sure Blazer's exhausted. He's on UK time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll see.
He deserves a vacation after this, and the rest of the umpire team, and you.
Yeah, well, yeah, we've all been working our butts off here. So let's see what happens, all right?
Yeah, excellent. Cheers, Marshall.
You got it.
All the British here are basically going to shatter and rout, because they've just been... When you remember when you get charged and you're already routed, you shatter?
Okay. So now
the British shatter, but the squares...
the squares...
The fresh. I'm sorry.
Mind if I swap colors with you, Liam, quickly, just so I can adjust some stuff?
Can one guy go to the third division's commander too? How can I put this? Say it is what it is when your whole division gets destroyed by enemy cavalry.
I'll go talk to him now that I don't have a color.
Hey, dog pilot, what are you doing in here?
Thank you.
British.
Observing the green fields of Elysium.
Okay, so you're no longer KB's chief of staff, huh?
He's dead.
Ah,
he's dead.
Okay.
How long has the battle lasted?
8 hours or something, I think.
Yeah, just all day.
Yeah.
How long have we been playing?
8 hours. Definitely. Almost 8 hours. Yeah.
Oh.
Blazer, what's your calculus now?
I don't know. It comes down to how the guard attack,
the
French guard attack goes in.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I have more updates on that too. There's more stuff that needs to be executed.
Okay.
All right. So the let me know when you're ready.
Have you moved the guard, or do they still need moved?
So the disrupted stuff has gone and chased down the broken units. They're now shattered.
Yeah,
there's
sure.
Fresh stuff. They want to turn, and the 3 British units that have formed square, that's what they're going after.
We have a contest in the center against the Coldstream Guard.
These guys, the guard. So, do you just want to move them? So
yeah, So they want to go, and I mean, obviously, you guys are probably going to say, yay or nay. They wanted to go after this. I'm curious though, based on.
I mean, they're going to lose, but I mean, if they order it, they'll rout the guard cavalry. But if that's really what they order, then
that's what they ordered. That's what they ordered.
It's a bad decision, but if it's the decision they've made.
Yep. So they want to, and then also they've got the young guard coming up the road here to support the attack.
Okay, so they're going to.
Anyway, sorry, we have a.
They'll probably farm column.
Wait! Stop! Don't move that.
Yeah.
Don't move that young guard.
Okay. What's the young guard doing?
So the artillery is going to fire a couple of volleys into the Huguenot farmhouse. Humont farmhouse, and then the the young guard, not to try to get friendly fire, and then these young guard units are coming in to try to take the farmhouse.
Okay. So they'll just get an artillery support in their advance, essentially, is how we're going to simulate that. So they'll... these are the old guard, these guys. Is it the young guard or the old guard? This
The
is
young
old
guard. The young guard to where Grouchy and Dumont
okay.
and Duchamp are. Yep, that's all them.
Yeah. Okay. I think they're overestimating how well garrisoned Hougoumont is. But, I think I'll give a minor to... major actually to the guard, I think. These are basically militia, and they've massively outnumbered by vastly superior forces. So these guys are forced out of the farmhouse pretty easily.
Who's doing the British foot guard area over here? We got combat. Can someone... Hello?
I'll deal with the combat. I think it's C sector, but the guard are advancing into the gardens here, and this unit's holding the farmhouse itself now.
Do the French have control of the farmhouse?
No, they've got control of most of the gardens, but the farmhouse itself is still being held by the unit there.
I see. Thank you.
Okay. So C.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah, Peter, you're correct that Napoleon has not moved all day. He has maintained the same headquarters. The purpose of that is to receive dispatches and command that way. He's only got 2 people who write to him, essentially, who are his wing commanders. And the wing commanders are handling everything beneath that. So Zendos is committed in the center with the guard, and James is Ney on the right. And yeah, so at this point, again, it's a tough decision, I think, for Blazer to say when to call it. I would probably be calling it at this point, but it's Blazer's game. And he does want to be fair and let everybody kind of chuck some dice. And yeah, the outcome is still debatable. But it's gone well for the guard. But it's up to Blazer to call it. So let's pop down to Sector C and see what's going on there.
Are we continuing the fight down here? I would think we are.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, you deal with that.
I'd
Right,
say French advantage. French are the advantage on this one.
Yeah. After you. You roll it.
These are going to have a pretty big
Advantage or
advantage.
freeze? Ooh.
Ooh. Yeah, so give them red, send them back. This guy might be able to hold it, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not.
Depends.
Probably, well, I was going to say do the south first with this unit, and then
Actually,
treat
that's
this
fair.
as
You know what?
treat this guy as another role. Considering these French would then be at the disadvantage because they don't have cannon support. So, and they're kind of coming out the woods. I mean, it's a bit more of an advantage, I would think.
I would agree.
I mean, are they Landwehr or?
No, these
No,
guys
they're
are normal. These guys are
normal, yeah. So yeah, I think they have a solid advantage here. So let's roll. Disadvantage retreats. So there you are.
Okay, I popped into another channel to answer a great question posted in the YouTube, which is why wouldn't the British rout upon seeing enemy cavalry surging through their center. And the reason is these are guard. And generally speaking, guard would turn rather than rout, you would imagine. And I think this was a logical and correct decision at the time that it was made, that they would not rout. The question is whether or not contagion would spread over here. And the reason it did not spread is the routing units, there was some space between the routing units and these guys, so that generally speaking, the soldiers here on this line with the officer here and the smoke here and the artillery and some space between them and the routing units would not necessarily see that route, especially if they're focused on what's to their front. So that's why only the British center routed, which I think is a correct and defensible decision on the part of the umpires. I don't know if they rolled for any kind of contagion, but I would tell you that the guard would definitely stop any contagion here that would not spread beyond them. And then here on to the right of the British center where the breakthrough occurred, it's debatable, but I think it would still favor the British. So this is just one of those rare situations where, while you can make the case that the entire British army is just going to start streaming back to Brussels, maybe not here. Of course, this attack is yet to fully land, and when it does, we could see the rest of this British line crumple. At the same time, the French down here look like they have it pretty bad. We have artillery that's surrendering to cavalry. We have, I don't even know why this artillery would be firing. They're not going to fire over their men or what they're shooting at, but they've got markers on them to indicate some kind of firing going on that could be outdated. Ultimately, I don't know. I think it's over for the French, even though they've won here in the center. Getting pushed back here is pretty important. These units here are not rallied, and they probably are not going to rally. And if the Prussians have anything back here, like this division here, they probably can put enough pressure to squeeze the French out, even though the French are breaking through in the center. I would call the game at this point. I would probably call it a Prussian strategic victory, Anglo-Allied strategic victory, even though the French have won the day in the center. They've kind of lost everywhere else, ultimately. Partly by the weight of numbers, partly by delays. It doesn't reflect poorly on Achilles. I think Achilles has done a masterful job. In fact, so masterful that we can argue with my temptation to call it and have a credible argument. However, as Liam has pointed out, I think the guard alone, although punching through, is insufficient to win the day. The French just ran out of steam. They ran out of men and material is all. And that's because the Prussians were bigger than they probably were historically. And the British just managed to defend their stuff in the nick of time. Like the British, if they... I think the losers of the day are the British, for sure, even though they might still hold the field as the French are forced back. I think the British underperformed to some degree. The French certainly performed it very well, but they were plagued by delays and problems. And the Prussians also have somehow managed to adapt and overcome the situation they were in at the beginning of the event, and have now arrived as a credible force on the east side of the battle. So I think that's a big win for the Prussians, especially given all the curveballs thrown at them. So if I were to pick a winner, I would pick the Prussians. I would pick Cookie as the winner. I would say that Achilles did very well. I would mention him in my dispatches. I would say that Peter could have done better. He made some choices early on and didn't seem to have a coherent plan. He could have been faking us out, though, and he is a dog lover, so he gets credit for that. But I would say that Peter probably could have done a little better. But that improvement, oh my goodness, I'm yawning. That improvement would have come from deploying more of his forces forward online. And I don't know exactly what his calculus was for deploying and starting where he did. He might not have had a choice. But in any case, I think he did okay, but yeah, he could have done better had he more forces forward and online earlier. The French were plagued by what may be an umpire error, and unfortunately, anytime there's an error like that, players tend to blame that error for their defeat or their loss. There is some ground to do that, but you generally don't want to. It's not good mojo or what is it, juju karma, to argue with the umpires. And yeah, it's just hard to see that this is certainly not a clear French victory, which Achilles said early on was his goal, was to go for the clear French victory. Whether who we call it for, really, there's arguments that can be made both ways. So, and I am tired too. You're tired. Dave Pumphouse is tired. Mike says the flanks of the French are collapsing. The question is, do they have anything to hold back the Prussian tide? And actually, I'm not sure if they do or not. So you're right. The flanks are collapsing, which is why I would call this for the Allies. But anyway, let's just see. Let's pop back up into... Looks like, all the empires are talking, so they're going to call it.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think it's probably not as bad a defeat as the historical Waterloo, but this is definitely not a French victory.
Think the French having a shot if they attack here.
Actually, I think this is a worse defeat than historical, because in the historical, the French at least battered the Prussians off at Wavre. But here, the French were fucking crushed at Wavre. And they were also crushed at Waterloo.
No, I mean, I disagree, because they've absolutely smashed the British army, whereas in real life, they didn't really do much to it.
Are you
the British left has won?
Are you deciding, Blazer, if you want to call it or maybe run one sector for a turn or what?
Let's just call it.
Yeah, the Prussians broke through on the French south, and nothing in front of it's going to stand to face it.
Can we do a quick vote, Blazer? Just make sure it's... anyone object?
I think Blazer's headset died. I'm not sure. Oh, he's somewhere else. He's not
Well, I don't think...
anymore.
Do any of us disagree that the French lost? Right? We just disagree on what magnitude.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to ask Blazer, was what is he trying to get out of the exercise, which is what I examine when I think about when to call games. So
Yeah,
Right.
I think. Yeah, I agree.
The French flanks are gone. The centre holds. French have lost.
Can we move the players to like
and the French First Corps, they were advancing, right?
Yes, the entire corps is ordered to advance, even though there's like 2 battalions in the entire thing that aren't with permanent disruption. And they're about to have an entire Prussian division come in behind them.
Hello, I'm back. My Discord crashed.
No one disagrees, Blazer. That's what we figured out.
What's that?
No one disagrees. I think we all are in consensus that this is over.
How do we want to do this debriefing? I can probably... My brain's basically broken at this point, but I can probably go over most of Waterloo. Then we let the army commanders talk.
That would be it. No more.
And Alex can go over Wavre. Or Otto, sorry. You can go over Wavre, Otto.
Yeah, bring in, ask the commanders how they think it went. And
Hold on. Make it one of those channels where, what's it called?
Podium or whatever.
It's the audience ones, yeah.
Yeah, I'll make one of them.
Oh, yeah.
How do I make one of them? Is it voice or?
Yeah.
Let me know.
It's a stage channel or whatever.
How do I do that?
I'm working on it.
Okay,
right.
you do it.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
smart
because we don't
idea.
want...
Yeah, you don't want...
Yeah.
You're just
Admins move players into that?
You're just going to call like 5 or 6 people to speak, and then I think that's it. You know,
we don't have we don't have time to go through all 90 people.
Yeah,
I mean, people will probably after the game's done, the debriefing's done, people can just split off and have conversations, and I'll answer questions and stuff. But...
And they will do so endlessly. But yeah, you want to have control, and maybe the 3 commanders, and that would be it.
Yeah, maybe like a few core commanders, but honestly, I think that's pushing it. I think we'll just do the 3 army commanders.
Wait, hold on. I don't think I have permission to
the
make
lead
a
umpires.
channel.
And don't let Alex talk. Holy crap, we'll be here all night.
It might be because do you need a certain number of members or something to have a stage channel?
Maybe. Worst case, we could tell people to go to IKS main stage channel and do it there.
I think that might be too much work.
Well, so we lose a few.
Who cares if we lose a few? We'll all be there.
We could
Guys, we can go to the main channel.
Here, let me check. Do I have...
If we go to the main channel here, we can have umpires watching, and if anyone talks out of turn, mute them.
Ban!
Because we have that.
Get them out of here.
Ban them from the IKEA.
No, don't ban them, just mute them.
Yeah, you can just go through and mute everyone. Just go through and admin mute everyone.
No. You don't have to mute everyone. And here, are you trying to do it in here?
Yeah, if possible, yeah.
Okay, then I'll set the channel up. Hold on.
Yeah, you can create a channel
to set it.
Or do it in meeting room. Set it up in the meeting room channel.
All right. So it looks like they're going to call it, and so we're only sticking around now to hear the umpire resolution, and then we're going to hear probably from. We may or may not hear from some of the umpires. I don't think so. I think we'll hear from Blazer, we'll hear from Otto, and then we may hear from the 3 army commanders, and then that's going to be it. There's no point in doing what we typically do, which is we let everybody have a chance at speaking, but this is much too large of an event to do that, so that's probably not going to happen. So let's stand by. They're going to call everyone in to, looks like the meeting, they're doing it now. So here we are. Let's listen in.
Alex, I'm going to start from the bottom.
I think most people have muted themselves, so.
Yeah, it's auto mute. I set it to do that.
Is everyone here? There's probably a couple people. Yeah, there's still a few hiding down in the hundreds of VCs we've got here.
Looking through them.
Looks done. All right.
I
think that's everyone.
I'm gonna turn on the timer for out of game chat just to make people really pissed. All right.
You want to make people really angry, set it to read only, but. All right, everyone. I think we're all here now. Before the game's over, before I unveil Fog of War, I'm going to ask the 3 army commanders what they think the end result was, who they thought they won, and by how much. We'll start with the Napoleon, Achilles. Who do you think won this game, and how much did they win it? Achilles, you there?
He's muted.
He's muted. You might have to give him admin role.
Okay, I'll, you're lead umpire, Achilles. Can you unmute now, Achilles? Achilles?
Okay. I could probably speak for him. He probably...
Well, I'd rather hear it from Achilles himself. But
Yeah, but he's probably going to credit me as his inspiration for all the correct moves he made. And he will be blaming Zindos for all of the poor moves that were made. And also Jan Heinemann. I don't even know where Jan is. I didn't even have time, even though we had 8 hours to persecute poor Jan.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
yes,
we
can hear you.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, you had me suppressed, so I could not speak. So
move
okay.
So who do you think won?
All right, I I would have to say that I don't know what the result of the guard attack was, but up to that moment, I would say we were at least we were at a minor victory at that point. As long as we were holding the Prussians off long enough, and we could break the British. But I don't know what the British situation was, and I don't know what happened with the guard attack. But that's kind of where I was feeling it at that moment, and it really depends on what happened there. So. Did you get all that? I'm done. Hello?
Hello. Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
Blazer still here, or did his Discord? He had a Discord crash a moment ago, so he could have an issue.
Oh, great.
I'm going
Maybe his
to
internet can't handle this many people.
Cookie and whoever's Von Bulow and Wellington. I'm also gonna unmute you, but wait your turn to talk, please.
So yeah, that's all I have to say about it.
Yeah, Blazer's right now.
Yes.
Driven, so he's trying to probably fix his stuff.
Yeah.
I know. If nothing else, we went a heck of a lot further than Napoleon ever got.
Okay. Well, since Napoleon is trying to resolve his stuff and he probably doesn't want to waste time, let's first next go to Blucher. So, how do you think the battle is going?
And who do you think won?
Who I think won? Yeah, that's kind of hard now hearing what Achilles said, because I also don't quite know how it's going for the British, because for the Prussian attack, I think it's mostly going well. There seems to have been some hiccup in the center of our attack, so we should have enough reserves there. And on the flanks, on both of our flanks, our attack seems to be going well against the French, and if the British do manage to hold, we should be able to encircle part of the French army. But sort of depends on how the British did.
Blazer, does your mic and everything work?
Yep, I think I'm back. Just had some technical difficulties. So Blucher, is Blucher talked? Yeah.
He just finished.
All right. And Peter, what are your thoughts? Who do you think won this battle?
I think it was close. I know we were getting pressed pretty hard around the east of Mont Saint Jean and to the south of it as well, though I think maybe to the south we were dealing with it. And then I know, or I believe there's some heavy attack around Lillois that may start to roll up towards Braine-l'Alleud. So I think it was close. I think we're all kind of thinking maybe we got minor victories here, which is great, isn't it? We're like a couple of boxers with our hands being held by the referee and just both thinking we've won the battle. But yeah, that's the situation.
All right. I will now unveil. Actually, can someone else stream? Who's got good internet here? Gobbler, do you want to stream?
I can as well.
Marshall, yeah. Can you stream the Waterloo table?
Yeah, I will do so.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll go over the end situation, and then I'll go over how we got to it on Waterloo, and then Otto can go over the Wavre table. So if we look, I'll just erase some of these extraneous lines we had. You got that stream up, Marshall? Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
All right. So as we call it, I'm saying that this is a fairly narrow coalition victory.
Marshall is full.
Yeah, Marshall's full. I can't get in.
I didn't know viewers on stream.
I'll also share my screen.
Yeah, just all the umpires can start it. I think this is a narrow coalition victory. So congratulations to the coalition. If you look at this French force, which is about to begin an attack, although they're pretty heavily broken, this first corps in the center, they're trying to attack, but the thing that sort of decided it is down in the south here, this Prussian 5th Brigade breaking through Hulot's 14th Division they're now in a position to come all the way around, and they've got more reinforcements, I believe, on the way as well. And they're going to basically, I think this formation's done. It's really heavily battered already. The guards might hold, and they might form a rear guard, but at that point, they're a rear guard. They're not a victorious formation, you know. And the French have basically just exhausted their reserves, while the Prussians still have another corps they can commit, and the British have a couple brigades scattered around. The south, the French aren't doing great either. They're being encircled. So yeah, on balance, I think this is generally overall a coalition victory, Anglo-Prussian victory. Quite historic in some ways, and it looks very different. The sort of lines look very different than historically, but sort of overall, it's sort of ended up fairly historically accurate. I'll go over now sort of the... I'll try and keep it brief, but I'll go over the general gist of the campaign. Then I'll probably... I don't know if I'll go over Waterloo or maybe one of the other umpires will, and then Otto will go over Wavre. So to begin with, the scenario started with the British retreating from Quatre Bras, which is to the south of here, and the Prussians sort of retreating northwards towards Wavre. The British could deploy essentially anywhere on the two leftmost sections of the map. They were fairly free. However, they chose quite a dispersed formation. They had they put some cavalry at Tubize over here. I'll just sketch a little cavalry. They put a corps, the second corps, around Braine-l'Château, this general area. They had the reserve corps up to the north here. And they had their first corps. Do you mind if I erase these lines here, someone? The blue lines here. I'll take a save of this first before I draw them on. Yeah, and then they had their first corps and most of their cavalry in the sort of historic Waterloo position, sort of Braine-l'Alleud, Hougomont. This sort of position was first corps and most of the cavalry. The Prussians essentially, I'm not as familiar with the Prussian deployment, but I believe they were essentially deployed around Wavre, preparing to move to reinforce Wellington. The French they could essentially choose how much they sent against the Prussians, how much they sent against the British, and they also had the option of sending some stuff around the Hal road. So they sent one division of cavalry up this way. They sent the overwhelming majority of their army up this centre way towards Waterloo, and they sent a second corps, so just a single corps, over towards Wavre to pursue the Prussians, and they ended up sort of this general area. So that's essentially what the game looked like. I'll draw in the Prussian formations in black, I suppose. That's essentially what the game looked like. The Prussians were sort of in this general area, marching that way. This is basically what the game sort of looked like as it started, ignoring those semi-transparent blue lines. So the general French plan was to concentrate very, very heavily on the right. So they sort of set up loads of stuff going all the way back. This was pretty much all French. And then they were quite light, sort of all down this way. They also had the Guard, who were in reserve. The British, I believe their plan was essentially, or Anglo-Allied, I might say British, but I mean Anglo-Allied. Their plan was essentially to bring up the reserve and Second Corps as fast as possible, realizing, because they were quite concerned that, as historically Wellington was, they were quite concerned that the French would go through Hull, so they were in a position to maybe reinforce there. But their general plan was just to bring Second Corps and the reserves to reinforce First Corps as soon as possible, and hope First Corps can hold against what they weren't sure it was the main French force, because they didn't see all of it, but they were sure it was at least outnumbered First Corps. Meanwhile, I'm not as sure about the Prussian planning process, but I believe that they were under the impression that the French force was much larger than it was. They lit some decoy campfires, which gave the impression that they were maybe 5 or 6 divisions, when they were in fact only about 3 or 4. divisions. So the Prussians, I believe their general strategy was to adopt this terrain and try and block the French, but I'll let Otto go over that board, because we're getting into actual game stuff now, so rather than pre-game. So the battle sort of started with the French launching an advance on the right. They managed to break the British out of Plançois with relative ease and then continue their advance, basically breaking this one corps of the Allied line. However, by the time they were beginning to advance, the more reinforcements from the Allies were beginning to show up. So they started to get elements of the Reserve Corps, not the Second Corps, showing up and reinforcing, as well as reserve elements of First Corps, which were kept. At this point, as the French were advancing, there was a huge cavalry battle here with pretty much an entire French cavalry corps versus most of the British Guard cavalry and a lot of other stuff, and most of the Dutch cavalry. However, in the end, the French were more or less victorious and were able to drive the French back here. At this point, it looked as though the French were sort of turning the Allied, their left, the French right. However, this is just when the bulk of the French, or the Allied reserves, began to come in and were able to reinforce and form up here at a sort of reserve position at Mont Saint-Jean like this, and mostly stem that tide. And by this point, the French did have reserves, but they were so far back at this point, and there was some communication delay, that by the time they were brought up, the Allies had managed to stabilize their line, and it wasn't really looking like it was happening. So then, meanwhile, around the same time, we see the Allies, 2 Corps, instead of committing to the main battle, sort of started their own separate thing down by Le Loire. The French, I think, were essentially just trying to occupy this line as much as possible, because they kept withdrawing. However, eventually it looks as though I wasn't really umpiring here, but it looks as though the 2 Corps managed to get some of their cavalry round the flank, and it looks as though this is probably not going to last too much longer, this French force here. So the decisive sort of moment happened up in this northern area here, where it was basically down to, at this point, the French are quite battered, but they do have the Guard in reserve, and the British are also quite battered, but holding. And at this point, the first little dripples of Prussians start to show up on the French right, and this is becoming more of a salient rather than a breakthrough. So it's now it becomes a race to, can the Prussians break through before the French Guard can break through? Prussians start to show up. They first show up here in the north, then in the south here, then all the way further south here. And meanwhile, the Guard, who are all the way by Napoleon's HQ, way down south here. I don't think Napoleon left his HQ the entire game, so the Guard are down here. The Guard begin to march up, however, not to reinforce the area, the salient, and perhaps break through the British here. Instead, they are ordered to, I believe, launch an assault on Hougomont. I don't know what Napoleon ordered, but that's what they ended up doing anyway. So as the Prussians are beginning to engage here, the Guard cavalry forms up in a massive line here and launches a charge against the British line. The Guard cavalry breaks through the British line and basically routs an entire British division. But the infantry support is directed towards Hougomont rather than following up the charge directly, and the surrounding British units form square, not unlike historically. A few units managed to slip through, and maybe they'd rout some, but the British Guard are probably going to be able to form square here. And at this point, the French are quite spent, this Guard cavalry, so yeah. Meanwhile, the Young Guard and the Old Guard are advancing into Hougomont. They're pretty much taken the gardens, but they're not taken the house yet, although they'll be able to take that eventually. It's just by the time they took that, just before they took that, this Prussian 5th Brigade, and I think there's more units coming to reinforce them as well, broke through the French 14th Division and is about to basically give the Prussians the opportunity to cut this whole salient off. And at that point, First Corps has already been routed, most of it, and they're just reforming. And when they see large Prussian formations to their rear, they're just going to run for it. The Guard might be able to form a rear guard, but it's a rear guard, as I said earlier. They're not going to be winning the battle, I don't think. And yeah, I'll now hand you over to Otto, who's going to go over the stuff to the right, Wavra.
All right, thanks. Tunis or Tunis, can you actually stream the table since you have pretty good internet?
We should all stream the table.
Oh yeah. Well, anyway, someone streamed from my point of view. There we go. At least Alex is streaming, and Tunis as well. So while Blazer was explaining stuff out, I tried to make it this a bit shorter by drawing some initial lines about how the battle went. So the Prussian troops were deployed in large force around, generally in here with a flanking force marching all the way and then to the west, which would eventually go towards the rest of the Waterloo front. So basically, in this dark blue color, I've marked the initial positions of the French forces. The game started with the at early at dawn, or not early at dawn, at 9 in the morning, and the French forces had as their plan, they were supposed to stop the Prussian advance westwards to go help the British, and the French Second Corps was basically given the honorable mission of basically fighting to the death to just stop the Prussians from reinforcing the British. Unfortunately, though, the French didn't quite arrive to the site of battle early enough, and their initial positions ended up being the positions marked here in these dark blue hollow areas. So the French were quite rushed to deploy their troops as Prussian cavalry advanced quite rapidly towards their forces. Eventually, though, the French line of defense, after some really minor skirmishes, formed along this blue line here we have on the center of the map, with the large number with the forces quite evenly spread, but with I think the largest number of forces being situated in this slightly wooded valley here. The French forces attempted, I can't remember which division it was, but a division of French forces attempted to basically do a flanking push towards the Prussians' flank from this forest here, which was initially slightly successful, but eventually bogged down, although it forced the Prussians to start committing their troops faster. The Prussians had been really methodical, I feel like, in their deployment. They had a lot of their troops deployed even against the French initial positions, so there was definitely none of the Prussian forces felt like they were rushing to beat the French. No, they weren't trying to suicide charge anyone. And also, there were from what I read, the Prussian messages to each other. It seemed like the Prussian forces really overestimated how many French troops there were in the perhaps because they had spread along a considerable length. In actuality, the game started with only the French infantry corps here, which would be joined later by the first, I think, French cavalry corps. So the battle the field of battle became this line here. The Prussians prepared a really well prepared infantry attack against the French right flank in this forest area here. The Prussians had a real line of attack in depth going on with three lines going multiple divisions attacking the area. And the firefight lasted a whole hour and basically battered the French forces in the area, while the Prussians, meanwhile, stayed in relatively good shape, as we can see in the last stage of the game. The Prussians are many of the troops are still relatively fresh. In the north, the Prussians conducted a cavalry attack on a weak point in the French line near the French artillery. The cavalry action has been marked here in brown. Unfortunately, though, the Prussian cavalry attack was concentrated in a very tight area. There's quite a bit of woods here, and also its flank was covered by the French batteries, which the Prussian cavalry was able to rout the French troops here and eventually forced the rest of the French flank withdraw, but the Prussian cavalry was very much battered there as well. The whole core cavalry played there. Eventually, the hour-long battle on the right became too much for the French troops, which had no real reserve available, and they started withdrawing in quite much chaos. And as the French left flank also started withdrawing, the French line of defense stretched very thin eventually became a whole rout, while the Prussian troops stayed in quite good shape comparably. Throughout the game, the French forces reinforcements from the southwest in the shape of the 1st Cavalry Corps. They basically joined division by division and did basically a lot of scouting around. I'm not sure, they didn't seem to understand the magnitude of the 2nd Infantry Corps situation. But anyway, a large number of French cavalry deployed here an eastern flank of the French forces, and as the French forces, line infantry started retreating, French cavalry sent troops to cover the retreat of their comrades. And unfortunately, as they were doing this and also changing their formation, a division located here was charged by a large. It was again like worth of Prussian cavalry head of French cavalry division, which was fresh before this engagement was basically routed and sent in flight next to the French infantry, which was also retreating. The French then tried to cover their retreat with the help of the cavalry they had left, which was, I think, or the division, let's say, of French cavalry, which were able to act as a sort of ad hoc reserve for the French forces, letting some of their forces reorganize, while many of their troops continued running into the woods. The cavalry, led by its corps commander, was able to conduct a quite good charge against the again approaching battered Prussian cavalry, but unfortunately, as the relatively fresh Prussian infantry continued advancing, the cavalry was forced back, and at the moment the French forces are basically at their wits' end. There is only a corps worth of infantry here versus the whole basically good chunk of 2 corps of the Prussian army who are in quite good shape. I think the 3rd Prussian Corps, it was called, was eventually doing a sort of flanking march from the north against the French, but it was eventually called in to reinforce the Waterloo sector, where it has been, as I understand, doing quite good work against the flank of the French troops. And at the moment, it seems like the 2nd French Corps is in flight with their cavalry, and I don't assume they are going to have a much of a happy ending, and likely there are going to be a large amounts of French soldiers right now streaming to the border sector. That's what happened in Wavre sector. Thank you for the game. Blazer Trail, you're muted, by the way. If he is there.
So this is the time where we go one by one and let everyone share their opinion, right?
No. Blazer did comment. He asked me if I would just kind of help wrap it up, but that was before he came back. I don't know if those orders still stand. We'll give him a minute, I guess, to sort out, and if he does come back, I hope he interrupts me. Otherwise, I think we should just kind of call it here. I will say, as the commentator and seeing both tables the whole time, I'm pretty proud of how the Prussians did in particular, because I think they started with a really tough situation. They were confused. I think they were a little short-handed again this week. And I think they sort of eventually sorted themselves out, which is really hard to do. And they sorted out the French position and figured everything out. And I think they showed up to save the day. So it could have been a major disaster. I think Cookie in particular, in my personal opinion, pulled through and showed outstanding leadership skills and helped to deliver what is, some level of victory for the Allied force. So that's my take on it. I think Achilles' plan was good, but it was just the timing I don't think was quite perfect, which it needed to be better. And the British were spread out, but they managed to hold. The thin red line managed to hold, even though it was breaking in the center. The Prussians, again, there to save the day. So that's my take on it, just for everybody.
I think Blazer Trail is back now.
Yep, alright. I think we'll go to the 3 army commanders and let them say whatever they want now. And then maybe we'll have time for some corps commanders, but I don't... Unless we want to be here for another 8 hours, I don't think we won't be able to go through that many people.
Achilles ain't here anymore.
Yeah, he had to go.
Yeah, I think your army commanders already said their piece.
Yeah, well, they've not had retrospective now. They've seen the whole scenario, so... is Peter still here, or Cookie?
I'm still here, and Cookie's still here.
Cookie, what's your thoughts on the game? Now you know everything's happening. Everything that happened.
Props to the French for fooling us in our initial assessment. We did definitely think there were some more French there than we did, and also we weren't quite sure if really the French were going to attack at Waterloo, or whether they were going to try and focus on destroying us instead, especially considering how far away some of the British positions were. And so our plan was basically just to move up and sort of leapfrog forward towards the west, like how it worked out. And at a certain point, when it became clear that we had the advantage, we decided to just do an all-out push towards the west-southwest with basically everything we had, and feed in the second corps as we could towards the Waterloo battlefield, because it was still partially being used to outflank the French position from the north. And I'm glad to say that I did manage to manage my personal goal of leading several successful cavalry charges against the French from the front.
The Duke of Wellington, what are your thoughts on what will probably be remembered as your victory, as it was historically? So,
it may be remembered as my victory, but I think it's much a part of my sub-commanders here. I always knew that even though I was playing the Duke of Wellington, I couldn't hope to live up to his ability. So, and I knew I had some very good people in my team. So I essentially deferred a lot of the responsibilities over to them, especially Eli, the second corps commander. I knew it was going to be as much on him to gauge where the French were coming from, and then I picked 3 good or experienced cavalry commanders, so I knew that would be a factor for us as well. So yeah, I think we just turned up in the right places at the right time more often, I think, and that saved it. There was no particular detailed strategy other than the Second Corps coming in and trying to press on the French left flank. So yeah, it was just a great battle, and well done all the umpires and all the players that took part. I think it's going to go down in IKS history for sure. And that's my piece.
All right, thanks. Do we maybe Gneisenau, do you have any thoughts? And maybe the British Chief of Staff and Carter if he's here, and then I think we'll probably need to break up then because, as I said, we don't want to go another 8 hours of debriefing, which it probably would be if everyone talked. So Gneisenau, you got any thoughts?
Are they able to speak?
Jan, you there? You're muted, I think. You might still be suppressed. How do I?
You have to give him the umpire role, move him out, move him back in.
Okay.
Wait, while we wait, if there's someone who could talk, I think the French 2nd Infantry Corps commander could talk in the east because he was basically alone in the whole section.
Yeah. You there now, Jan?
Jan wrote a lot. I asked him in the middle of the game. He said that he believed the Prussians were facing 3 corps. Just wanted to tell you that. I thought it was funny.
All right. Can you talk now, Jan?
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Where do I begin? Yeah. Right. I think the French managed to fool us quite well there. We had reports of basically 1 corps to the east or like south of Wavre, and then potentially a cavalry corps on their flank, and then we got 2 major columns moving basically through the gap between Mont Saint Jean and Wavre, pushing to the north, and we were quite concerned about that. Turned out that at some point, after not having heard from 2nd Corps the longest time, I received a report from their cavalry that they had pushed across the river in the north and quite into the center of that gap, and that there were no enemies there whatsoever. So that was quite surprising regarding the previous reports we had received from that area. I think I hope I contributed my part to sort of coordinating stuff. Hopefully that had some impact. But I think that given that we didn't really have time to prepare our team properly, and given the amount of absolutely new players we had in the team, the battle developed impressively on our side. There was a lot of communications going on, especially I think 3 Corps Cavalry Brigade did an amazing job pressing the French there. I mean, even if the 1 cavalry charge there didn't turn out that well, they seem to have coordinated with the infantry brigades nearby and all that. And I think 1st Corps and 3rd Corps, they did coordinate very closely. So I'm quite impressed by how that went. And then eventually, when reports came back from 2nd Corps in the north, the attack was obviously developing there as well. So I'm quite impressed with the overall team. Good game.
All right, thanks, Jan. Now, do we want to go to Great Gold, who was Riel, commander of 2nd Corps, who was operating, I think, more or less autonomously. I'm not sure how much communication from Napoleon did you get, Great Gold. Do you want to talk about your game?
Yes, I was in communication with Army Command, but it was more of me just reporting what is happening here, and Soul saying, "Okay, continue." So that was about all the direction I got from High Command. I believe the Prussians have mentioned before our little ruse. I think it worked. I think Second Corps did its job more than amicably. We held off like half or maybe more of the Prussian army. I don't think really much more can be asked of such a small formation. I am very proud of my sub-commanders who also pulled through in Herculean fashion. And yeah, our plan was basically to tie down as many Prussian forces as possible as per the directive from Napoleon. We didn't want to go at Waterloo because we thought we would just get screened and Blücher would get away with most of his forces out west. So instead, we decided to gamble our entire corps into trying to cut off the road leading west. So hopefully, by this, we would stop at least some men from arriving to Waterloo and render the Prussians screen useless. This was the thought behind us going where we did. Now, during the battle, we didn't manage to reach the exact positions we had intended to hold on, so we were forced to hold a more ad hoc line. But still, I believe from 0900 in the morning to hold to 1500 something it's now, with just a single corps against so many enemies is, I think, still a good achievement. And I don't think we made any mistakes. Yeah, my sub-commanders played well. That's it. I don't really have anything else.
All right. Is there anyone else of note, do you think? Is Carter
Chief of
still
Staff.
here?
The Wellington second IC is here.
Yeah. Unless Carter's here, because we've not had from Achilles.
No, he's not here, I don't think.
All right. Yeah, we can hear from Wellington's Chief of Staff. We'll just I'll need to go relatively soon, but we can hear from a few more people first.
Yeah, I'll make.
Oh, you can already talk. Oh, I was sorry. I was going to separate you to let you talk, but someone must have already done it. So go ahead, Barnes.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
First, obviously, thanks everyone. I think this is like my first big KS. I've only played like a couple more. I played like 2 Saturday games before this one. So really enjoyed it. So first, I guess I'll explain to the Prussians why we were deployed like that. Basically, I think we misunderstood the briefing, and we thought we'd have a chance to move in response to the French coming up through like the southern border of the map. So we thought we'd put one in place to protect Halle, the other one at Waterloo, reserves in the back. So if we see the French going to like Nivelles, we can start moving. But then like on the day of the battle, we were told, oh, they're already at the Belle Alliance, and we said, well, guess we have to make do. In general, our plan for the day, it was pretty ambitious. It's like I keep making jokes about like Kane, I think that's how you pronounce it. Where we basically said it looks like no French army is going to Halle, so we will have the Second Corps attack the French western flank, the First Corps hold with the reserves, and wait for the Prussians on the east. We kind of suspected that the main French attack is going to be at the junction, sort of the juncture between us and the Prussians, except it was a lot further west than we thought. We thought they would go up to like Ohang and then swing east to Wavre. Instead, they went up and swung west towards us. So we had to improvise a bit, I've just been yelling at the Second Corps to attack as soon as possible to take the pressure off. But yeah, no, I think that's about it. I think the plan more or less worked out as we expected. The right flank and the center was not ideal, but I think in general, it was good enough for the day.
All right, thank you. Who else? Alex, do you want to talk? You were umpiring with Wavre, and you also helped to develop the scenario. So, what are your relatively brief thoughts?
Waterloo board, some crazy-ish happened. Don't really care about that part. I was on the Cool Kid board. There are some interesting things that happened that don't normally happen in Napoleonic scenarios. The main thrust against the French 2 Corps, which just shattered it, was a 3-line attack, about 9 battalions wide, which was just unstoppable. I don't think anyone can stop that. And just as they were beginning their attack, a giant cavalry force arrived on their far left flank, and it ended up timing itself out pretty well. That's kind of neat. Prussians did some good stuff. They're pretty neat.
Oh, you got more?
No, that was it.
All right, nice.
Don't look at our board. It's
Is there anyone else, or do I just open it up to? I think if I say everyone open this up to open conversation, we'll have a complete mess. So I'll try and keep it relatively guided. Is Nay still here, James? Sure, Grushi, you can go ahead and talk. Grushi was on the left in this game, at the left at Waterloo.
Someone will need to give him the roll.
Yeah, I can do it.
Alright, Sundos.
Well, this was first of all, I just want to say the umpires did an absolute fantastic job dealing with what they had. Certainly a great job on their part. On the other hand, I was not only to the left of Waterloo, I was also dealing with the Guard, 1st Cavalry Corps, and the left. So really I was on the right and the left. I think the biggest mistake we made this game was committing the Guard too late. I feel that after looking at the end state, we definitely had an opportunity. As I was told that we were breaking through at one point with 1st Corps and Ney's wing. I think we definitely had an opportunity if we committed the Guard at that point. We would have destroyed Wellington where he stood, and he would have likely been forced to retreat back to the woods behind him. And we might have had a chance to go turn against the Prussians, but overall it's just speculation. I'll say that there was a lot of confusion. We were, especially at the start, but I think that's probably the result of getting a lot of umpires. Some are not going to be as experienced as others. Regardless, I think this was a learning experience for everyone on how to handle these big events, both for the players, both for the umpires. And yeah, my command was pretty difficult considering I had to ride around the field consistently. I pretty much rode from the proximity of Braine-l'Alleud to the area of Maison-le-Roi, where Napoleon's HQ was, every 5 turns or so. So it was pretty annoying. I had to constantly traverse the field to go check on one part of my wing, and again to go to the other part. One thing to note is that I had some of the best subordinates, I think, on my side, on my part of the French army. Jen especially performed extremely well. He was able to show initiative, and he was more independent than I expected him to be. But it all worked out well in the end, because even if he would have gotten encircled, I know he would have escaped. He might have gotten away with it with just a bit of his corps, but that's about it. And I will have to say this. The end of the game was pretty much just me, the Guard Corps commander, the young Guard commander, and the Guard commander wanting to go on a suicide attack and just end the game with our deaths, because we didn't want to get blamed for anything that happened to the east or the west of the field. In the end, I think that Achilles' plan was definitely more risky, as he mentioned it in the last we had before the game, and he was right. His plan really relied on the ability to keep the Prussians busy to the east of Waterloo. And while we were able to do that for a bit, we just didn't have this. As I told him before, we wouldn't have the strength to fully stop them, and that needed to send at least more cavalry on that part of the field. Of course, in the end, he didn't really accept that advice, and here I am. I'm going to get blamed in the news, and I'm going to be disgraced by the entirety of the French nation. They're going to throw tomatoes at me when I'm back in Paris. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, not good tomatoes.
Rotten tomatoes.
Yeah, we don't want to waste a good tomato on you.
Wow.
All right.
Oh yeah, Marshall has been trolling me this entire game. He's been going into my VC, just coming and roasting me every opportunity he got. Marshall, I wish pain upon you. I wish for you to suffer.
Deserve it.
And he didn't even show up a single time at my command.
I know. And I remarked about that, actually.
Time to panic.
All right. Next, British Second Corps. That's General Hill. You were commanding basically the British right flank. So Second Corps and the cavalry attached as well. You want to go ahead?
Hello. I enjoyed the battle. It was kind of marching simulation for large parts of my corps until towards the end. When we eventually reached some unpronounceable place. La Flefle. Does anyone know what it's actually called? La something or other. It's on their far right. Hang on. But we were mostly just trying to aid the centre by trying to push the French left, which eventually worked because they committed the guard against us at the end, I think. They have in the centre. No idea why they went for Huguenot. Also, my Chief of Staff flashback was incredibly good. And there's like an entire 14-page document detailing basically the entire battle. Written by both me and him. Largely him. And the Loire. And the bit where he had to disappear was slight chaos, as someone was at the Wellington's Chief of Staff complained about how I signed a dispatch then. By just using my first name. That's because my Chief of Staff disappeared. What do you mean? He did not send too many dispatches. He sent the exact number of dispatches I ordered.
Alright, let's get it focused.
Now, General Pierce, you were commanding most of the Prussian forces that arrived on the Waterloo side of the map. Do you want to go next?
Yes. So, I feel like I need to explain my route there. I got a force of 4 brigades and a bunch of cavalry, which was expected. And we had orders to make it to La Houte, because we figured, the French are going to be there. If we can make it to La Houte, we can then decide, have the French committed most of their weight against us, or have the French committed most of their weight against the British. And then we can figure out what we're going to do. And then we suddenly hear a little bit of conflict going on around Bourgois, which is weird. So we speed up a little bit of our force, because we find a French corps there, which is roughly around the time that big, menacing 3-line attack is hitting. We clear Bourgois, we find that, no, there's no French here. There should have been some, but they were pushed back, so they never made there. And then we go to the area around, Ohan and Bas-Ronsbeck. And at that moment, after we've cleared and we're moving an entire corps, and I've already lost a bunch of players by this point, because I'm getting players shuffled around like crazy. I'm pretty sure that happened with everybody. I'm pretty sure I only had 2 players. I only had 1 player that was actually supposed to be a brigade commander from start to end. That was astonishing. Who was the cavalry corps commander for 2nd Corps. He did a great job. And finally, when we arrive at Runbeck, we're seeing this truly depressing scenario, which is the French have just broken through the British cavalry. This is right around the time where the British cavalry attack is happening, and I'm getting like dispatches from everybody. I sent a lot of dispatches to Blucher. I did not send a lot of dispatches to Gneisenau, which is why Gneisenau actually complained about it. But I was able to coordinate things with Blucher. We were able to get this thing moving. And then I get a dispatch from Barnes, who is just addressed to whoever is the Prussian commander at La Houppe, which was quite funny. But I get to one of the Dutch division commanders at Rosbeck, and this guy, he's basically having a breakdown on live in front of me, which is astounding. And I'm trying to figure out why. And it's his force has just been battered, and he thinks that everything is lost. And then he hears the news that the Second Corps is here, and it's the entire Second Corps, and they're completely fresh. And I have never seen anybody go from like genuine despair to tears of elation that quickly. That was when the last French attack happened. It's when the picture of Blucher personally leading a cavalry charge to reclaim some stolen batteries happens. And it's 5th Brigade, the one that you guys mentioned, is the one that broke through. That's the one that's like on the farmost corner. Interestingly enough, it was played by the umpires for a while, so that's funny. And finally, I am the one that links up. The French don't really break in front of me so much as the attack doesn't break us. And at that point, the umpires decide to call it because they look at it and say, "There's no way the Prussians are losing this. Game over."
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else we want to talk? Or?
Wait, thank you so much for running this thing.
All right. Who else? We could go to some of the umpires, I suppose. I think I'll probably need to be this one will be the last one, and then I'll just need to open it up to. Okay, sure. First Division, Major General Sir George Cook. Keep it brief, and then I'll open it up to general conversation. And then I'll probably need to go because it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here, so. And it'll be later for a lot of the other people from different parts of the world. So yeah, you can describe what it was like for the 1st British Corps holding out against basically the entire French army for a lot of the time.
Yeah, so on our end, it went from we set ourselves up initially with a fairly loose formation, with the Dutch and the Dutch Second Corps and Third Corps and the British Third Corps as our frontliners, and then divisions, and then the 1st Division is the reserve, and then the Dutch folded in a turn, in the time it took to move the 1st Division forward. The Dutch were in full retreat. So we had to quickly fall back to Mont Saint Jean, and from there it was pretty much the arrival of the reserve Brunswickers in 6th that saved the day, because they gave us enough firepower to actually hold the line. And my God, that was a lot of French that came at us that whole battle. We were just driving back wave after wave. We didn't know it. We had no idea what was going on elsewhere. We thought the 2nd Corps was behind them already. We're like, oh yeah, the 2nd Corps will save the day. And we didn't hear anything from the Prussians, so we were just like, oh God, I hope the situation's going well elsewhere. But that was good. That French cavalry charge at the end caught us all really off guard. We didn't think there was anything left. We thought it was all destroyed and devastated. We're like, then suddenly the 3rd Division is in full retreat, and 6th and 1st are trying to desperately form together squares.
7U.
Yeah. But that was it. That was pretty much our experience, was just getting a constant. There was also a big French breakthrough after following the Dutch division that was fighting up north around just north of Mont Saint Jean, and that was that giant cavalry battle people were talking about. It apparently was quite huge. But 1st Corps didn't really see much of it. That was the reserves.
Yeah, I think I'll let the guard commander speak since about the last charge and how that all went, and then I think I'll need to actually open it up to conversation, and I'll need to go as well because. All right, Druve, did you say that? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, because the whole guard corps, we were pumped from the beginning. I mean, we got positions in the Imperial Guard. We were all looking forward to it. And we knew we were going to be spending most of the game in reserve, but we were just spoiling for a fight the whole time. But we expected we'd be fighting the Prussians. And our idea was that because the Prussians outnumber us, we'd have to be moving fast. So we came up with all of these ideas for how to break through a larger force with what we have. And we came up with basically what you saw there at the end, to use the cavalry to disrupt the enemy around the main attack, then launch the young guard to do the main attack, and the old guard in reserve. We didn't expect to have to attack Hougoumont. That just kind of came out of nowhere. We thought we'd either be deployed against the Prussians or possibly to bring momentum back into the main attack. So when the order came to attack Hougoumont, we were taken a little off guard, but still, like I said, just pumped to finally be able to join the battle. We spent most of it having discussions about fruit. But yeah, so in that final moment when we did that charge and we saw the British line breaking, and we seemed to be making some good progress on Hougoumont, yeah, that was awesome. Especially when me, Grushi, and I keep forgetting the name of that commander, but the commander of the Young Guard decided to lead the attack on Hougoumont from the front, because at that point we basically knew it was a suicide attack, but we just wanted to make it as cool as possible. So yeah, it was fun, and I was very satisfied to hear that it made the British panic a little bit, even if in the end we couldn't win. So it was a fun game all around. Thank you to the umpires, thank you to the players, and I'm hoping to play more games in the future.
All right, I think I'm just going to open it up for general questions and conversation. I'll stay for maybe another 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, and answer any questions.
Hold on, Blazer.
Yeah?
The moment you take off the unmuted, it's going to be hell here.
I mean, you're not wrong.
All right. And for the YouTube live stream, we're going to go ahead and wrap up. Our concurrent viewers are down to just a few anyway. Everyone's filtering out. It is time to wrap this up and go home. We've been on it all day. I've been up and on this. I was up probably at, I was up before 5 a.m. Actually, I've been up since 3 a.m. really, but I'm used to getting up pretty early because I do, but nonetheless, I was on and engaged at 7 a.m. It is now 5 p.m. So this has been a really long day for me, commentating, having to talk the whole time. And I'm sure it's been a long day for you and a lot of other people. As we wrap up, I'm just going to thank Blazer Trail, first and foremost, for his incredible work pulling all of this off. Absolutely phenomenal what he has done. And I am thoroughly impressed at the quality and the success of this event. I think there were very few even umpire snafus. I think most of the players were able to perform and do the things, and they all got engaged. And I think this is a huge hit, and this is a legendary event for sure. It is the biggest event in Kriegsspiel history, civilian Kriegsspiel history at least, for sure. And it has been a real privilege to be a part of it. I want to invite you all to join the International Kriegsspiel Society. You can join our Discord. You can find us at kriegsspiel.org. You can go there. All the relevant links are there. You can also go shopping in our Etsy shop. We got some mugs that I created for the event that are kind of commemorative edition Waterloo mugs. And finally, I want to thank all of the incredible umpires, the people who I called to come in and help. I greatly appreciate them coming through and performing and really giving me more time than I told them it was going to take. I thought this was going to be maybe a 6-hour battle. It ended up being a full 8-hour plus extra time. So, wow. But I am grateful to everyone for everything they've done. I'm also grateful to all of you who are watching and who tuned in. I hope that this video gets a lot of views in the future as people come through and watch the battle, that you find it important or fun and engaging, I should say, and that you consider also joining the IKS. So without further ado, I'm going to sign off. And so that is it, and I will see you all on our next adventure. Goodbye for now.